Yes. Okay, I think that we can start. We have a welcome video. So welcome everybody. Welcome, I'm Marcus Garbi. I'm here for the welcome address. Welcome here in Venice, a place, as you can see, in which art and science are fused together. Traditionally, art and science have been treated as two separate disciplines. They are often thought as of two polar opposites. But when they are studied together, it's clear to see the impact one has on the other and the things that they have in common. Indeed, both art and science need curiosity, creativity, attention to detail, and commitment to succeed. They both explore new ideas, and with that, they often try to break the existing scientific boundaries. It's a kind of magic when art, technologies, and science come together. And with the rise of the STEAM movement in the last 2 decades, we have seen how art and science have much more in common than one might think. Each of these pursuits is, after all, an attempt by human beings to describe, to understand, to appreciate the world and even the whole universe around us. And it's evident that something special happens when science and art play off each other. At the intersection of art, innovation, technology, and science, it's possible to find creative solutions to real world problems. So emerging technologies like the artificial intelligence have led to new types of creativity. Technology is changing the way we experience and create art. And these collaboration with artists go clearly beyond communicating the science, being art a real inspiration to new scientific innovations. John Dewey once said that every great advance in science has issued from a new audacity of the artistic imagination. True. History teaches us that discoveries and innovation reside where art and science connect. And I believe that this happens in education too. The combination of science and art can be a way to spur student innovation. However, this combination is not yet a dream come true despite the numerous successful initiatives. Students and universities still view them as separate entities. You pick a degree in one or the other and stick to your side of the fence, and the other remains the dark side of the force. The head, science, and the heart, art, but there is no head without heart, and vice versa. I hope that these 2 days can represent a further step in the process of integration between art and science in an historical perspective. I'm grateful to Matteo and all the other organizers for the organization of this conference here in Venice. I want to thank my colleagues who have participated and will participate in this event. And I thank, of course, all the guests who have joined us from different parts of the world to discuss exactly this issue, which I believe will play an important role in the years to come. I leave the floor to Matteo. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Marco, for this welcome. And I welcome you also on behalf of the organizers to the 7th workshop on historical epistemology, and also to Venice. And I also welcome the people attending on Zoom. My name is Matteo Vagelli. I'm one of the organizers. And for a very brief introduction, I will say only a couple of words about this workshop, which is part of a series. It's the 7th edition, which I started together with Ivan Moyadietz in 2015 at the University of Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne, with the idea of bringing together both early career and established researchers to discuss common issues, both large in scope, methodological, and also some specific case studies around historical epistemology. Ivan could not attend in person this year, unfortunately, but he is managing the online part of the event. And if he is online right now, as I hope, I would like him to say hi. So can we unmute his microphone? Ivan, are you? Yes, okay. I heard something. Ivan?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you.
Okay.
Grazie mille. So that he can say hi to everyone. Here he is. Good to see you, Ivan. How are things going in Germany?
Nice to see you too. Sad for not being present there, but it's also nice to be participating from the distance. There is also almost 20 people online. Do you hear me well?
Yeah, we are turning up the volume a little bit. We can hear you.
Okay. So it's also nice to have this opportunity of having a hybrid conference with people from around the world. It's not so easy to move to Venice at the moment, so I'm happy to have the opportunity to participate online.
Okay, thank you for being here and for helping us. So in 2015, a research network also was founded called Epistemologie Historique, research network on the history and the methods of historical epistemology. And throughout the year, several colleagues joined not only the network, which now comprises more than 50 members from over 10 different countries, but also the organizing committee of the workshop. I'm thinking especially of Caroline and Lucie and Thomas, who could not attend today. And several institutions supported this initiative. Each year, a different topic was picked. So we had a bunch of different themes we discussed throughout the years. In 2018, we discussed the life sciences, so historical epistemology of the life sciences. Then we discussed the disunity of the sciences and the epistemology of history. And then this year, we are here to debate the arts sciences divide. So this year's topic and the idea of discussing the question of the boundaries between the arts and the sciences found its main source of inspiration in a landmark collected volume published a little over 20 years ago, titled Picturing Science, Producing Art, published by Routledge, 98, and edited by Peter Galison and Caroline Jones. This year, we are very happy to be and honored to be at a new fantastic venue, Foscari. I want to warmly thank Marco for having supported and encouraged this initiative from the beginning. Let me remind you that this year's edition of the workshop is supported by Foscari Department of Philosophy and Cultural Heritage, the European Commission. The event has received funding from the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program, the IHPST in Paris, the Centre Gilles Gaston Granger in Aix-en-Provence, last but not least, Foscari Center for Renaissance and Early Modern Thought. We want to thank all these institutions for their support. A final word about the program. As you might have noticed, we had to do several adjustments to the original program. Some speakers had to cancel their participation. Some other had to switch to an online participation. And as a kind of last minute bad news, unfortunately, also Professor Caroline Jones did not make it to Venice. She regrets this very much, but the good news is that she registered her talk, and we are going to kick off the workshop by watching the video of her lecture. So we are very grateful to Caroline for having done this effort of being nevertheless present and contributed to the workshop. There will be no QA at the end of the recording, but of course, all comments will be welcome, and maybe a discussion will spontaneously follow. So since I'm chairing this session, let me briefly present our first keynote speaker. Caroline Jones is professor in the History, Theory, and Criticism section at the MIT Department of Architecture. She studies modern and contemporary art, focusing on its technological modes of production, distribution, and reception, and on its interface with science. She has also worked as a curator, recently in 3 exhibitions at MIT's Liszt Visual Center. Ansheche, 1967, in 2011, Video Trajectories, 2007-2008, Sensorium, 2006-2007, and there's an upcoming exhibition, Symbiance, in 2022. Her exhibitions and her films have been shown at the New York Museum of Modern Arts, the San Francisco Museum of Modern Arts, the Hirshhorn, DC, and the Hara Museum, Tokyo, among other venues. Publications include Machine in the Studio, Picturing Science, Producing Art, Sensorium, published in 2006, Eyesight Alone, 2005-2008, Experience from 2016, and The Global Work of Art, 2016. Caroline is co-editing a book with Natalie Bell titled Symbiance, Contemporary Artists and the Biosphere, which is forthcoming by the MIT Press. Today, she presents a talk bearing the title of Polemics and Epistemes, Symbiontics in Contemporary Art.
Hello, I'm in some hotel Wi-Fi. I hope this recording goes well. My name is Caroline Jones, and I dearly wish I could be there with you. Let me start screen sharing my talk today. I would also like to hide the meeting control. Excellent. Polemics and epistemes, symbiotics in contemporary bioart. There's an enduring question shared by philosophy, cognitive science, evolutionary biology, and art. How do creatures come to know and make their worlds? Such questions usually engage knowing and making by humans, but some philosophers have recently queried cephalopod epistemologies. I'm thinking here of Peter Godfrey Smith in his remarkable book, Other Minds, who speculates with science on the social and cognitive worlds of cuttlefish and octopus. Artist Miriam Samun speculates on similar questions in her performative bioartwork titled Your Urge to Breathe is a Lie, from an injunction by her diving instructor. Together with Godfrey Smith's Other Minds, they engage radically different epistemologies as each plies the boundary of art and science in knowing the octopus. Knowing through doing informs both of their thinking. For just as Simone trains herself and her collaborators to hold their hands just so, or hold their very human breaths for 5, 10, or 20 minutes underwater, so Godfrey Smith relies on his experience as a scuba diver to spend hours and days also underwater, observing and photographing what he calls octopolis, co-publishing scientific papers about the cephalopod's diverse social behaviors. The historical tensions between techne and epistemology, bodies doing and bodies knowing, enter both the activities of science and art. These productive tensions are what I want to probe today. A second example to start us off can be found in Janine Antoni's performative 1994 artwork, Slumber. Instructive for our project to probe the boundaries between science and art, Antoni's installation makes manifest how these epistemologies differ, not by accident, but intentionally. Epistemologies of science and art differ for instrumental reasons and by reason of their instruments. Each acts on materials to produce different kinds of knowledge, as well as usefully different boundaries for engaging curiosity and doubt. In her artwork, Slumber, Antoni slept in the gallery by night, her head wired up to a techno-scientific polysomnogram machine, essentially an EEG calibrated to attend to her REM sleep. This EEG pattern had been identified in 1951 by scientist Eugene Azarinsky, who discovered dense saccades of rapid eye movement recorded by the electroencephalogram he had attached to his sleeping son. Azarinsky had to persuade scientists that the patterns the machine abstracted onto paper both corresponded to dreaming and counted as scientific truth. 40 plus years later, Antoni worked to weave these patterns from a scientifically stable epistemology taken of her own REM sleep into a tapestry that could be counted as a work of art. Weaving during her waking hours, she crafted the coverlet under which she would go back to sleep in the same gallery at night, in a theoretically endless loop. Capturing something profound about the two domains of art and science, Antoni commented on her near-epic Penelope-like performance. Science had been a machine for the body to make a drawing. I love the idea that if art comes from the unconscious, then this particular drawing is coming straight from the unconscious without an intercession of the conscious mind. To press harder on the gendered and political references in Antoni's work, the graph of her rapid eye movements is woven into the textile from shards of the artist's nightgown worn the night before. Like Plato's statesman, the female epistemological weaver takes disparate threads to craft a fabric that is stronger than any fiber taken on its own, even as she makes meaning by redoing as gendered craft the meaningless abstraction of raw scientific data. The nearly tautological acts of unmaking clothing and making cloth, of refusing to read a pattern, but instead choosing to sleep under it, positions science as admirably abstract, while inadequate to the poetics and unrevealed contents of human dreaming. As an art historian, I'm not going to attempt to define science. For the purposes of this talk, however, art can be understood as a kind of creaturely knowing and world-making that is unique to humans. Yet I also want to problematize that very exclusivity by taking up the questions that Simon and other bioartists are beginning to ask. They want us to think about non-human ways of being and knowing. Simon, as we've seen, engages what it might mean to know the ocean as an octopus does, willing herself to consider human lungs as trainable, stoic analogs of cephalopod siphons. If science tells us that octopuses have no central brain, distributing their considerable cognition across skin and among arms, this can inform Simon's related series of watercolors, leaking, merging, and blurring, in which the way human bodies know and fold together is also imagined as part of the ocean they carry within, their twinings and mergings, an octopus-like form of the oceanic. Similarly, Godfrey Smith quite reasonably suggests in his book that the octopus arranging shells to form a den is intentional, engaged in purposeful or artful crafting, while in his co-authored scientific paper, Godfrey Smith cautiously wards off the eager description of such activities as octopus art or octopus architecture. These art and science boundaries and inquiries into more than human epistemes draw on the potential for enhancing the non-human aspects of our own very human ways of knowing, even as they allow epistemology to exist for the entities who share the planet with us, each in its own utterly alien cognitive cosmos. As probed in biologist Jakob von Uexküll's theories of the Umwelt of every creature. All of these inquiries revolve for me around my central polemic, motivated by a scientific concept biologists capture in the word symbiosis, a way of describing the fact that life is found with other life on this rare and beautiful planet, even during the sixth great planetary extinction. From the smallest cell to the planetary biosphere, life is never comprised of individuals. Rather, we are entangled entities at every scale, from the endosymbiotic past that registers in our nucleated cells to the entangled flows of life that mediate the atmosphere. Thus, in the topic of symbiotics, the topic of symbiosis stretches inevitably into cosmic matters, frustrating the scientific epistemology of isolation, experiment, and control, while inspiring culture workers, such as the bioartists I'm talking about today, to rhapsodize about octopus art and a planetary noosphere. As an art historian and curator, I will polemically assert that our epistemologies must indeed extend beyond the scalar and conceptual limits of the human if we are to embrace an understanding of the truth of actual symbiosis and actual interdependence. Whether adjacent, incorporated, codependent, or parasitic, symbiosis is everywhere in life and on our planet. Adjusting ourselves to what that means for our epistemologies is the point of the polemic I want to launch today. Dubbed symbiontics, it borrows the term ontic from technical philosophy. Symbiontics is a portmanteau that plumps for symbiosis as that which is, with an obvious debt to the wordplay of Donna Haraway, who herself takes up symbiopoiesis from biologist Scott Gilbert. The word directs us to symbiosis theorists such as Gilbert, and earlier 20th century biologists such as Ivan Wallen with his symbionticism, and Lynn Margulis associated with Gaia theory. But I lob this polemic not back into science, but into the art world, wanting its capacities for thinking with objects in tight colloquy with discourse. Ontics become both entities and ideas that can materially present together to manifest symbiosis. This talk performs the polemic as a peculiar form of epistemology. Rather than studying what it is to know, polemics effectively attempts to propel a new kind of knowing into existence through rhetorical means and material examples. From the Greek word for warlike, the polemical posture has, as its philosophical defense, a bedrock rationality required to press its case by a system and resolve. The systems for symbiontics are supplied by the systems theory undergirding the biological sciences of those who have historically labored to understand and study symbiosis. In the art world, polemics are discursive and visual tools utilized to shift human culture. The manifesto is an obvious case in point, but the polemic can also appear in an object with its labels and object title. Polemics in the art world can pose as generational affiliations, they can work through appropriations, or they can even announce themselves in an artwork's chosen medium, all of which materialize and travel with the artwork wherever it goes. As I am personally and professionally engaged with the polemic of symbiontics, I will be reporting from the field to press my case, using materializations and postures in bioart. While I'm at it, I will explore two different boundary conditions having to do with science and art. I acknowledge that the recently articulated polemic of symbiontics is situated in relation to the yeasty zone between the episteme of biology and the techne of art. And I further acknowledge that my polemic as a tool summons the ontic in order to cross the very boundary, separating that which is from utopos, a better place that has yet to arrive. Where and when did symbiosis enter the epistemological systems of science? 19th century botanists studying the philosophical paradox of lichens were the first to discern and name symbiosis, as they examined this diverse but coherent group of rock-crunching, soil-building, tree-festooning entities. Under the increasingly more powerful microscopes of their age, lichens slowly revealed themselves to be mutually beneficial partnerships between an alga and a fungus. After a few tortured phrases from vegetable monsters to algae slaves, the with-living concept of symbiosis was born. Lichens, squamulose, foliose, and crustal forms thrive in all sorts of earthly environments, both temperate and extreme. Yet epistemically, the lichen was a perfect subject for a single earthly environment, the Western Scientific Botanical Laboratory. The twin obsessions of laboratory science for vitrinization and isolation could be met in this wild type symbiosis, paradoxically, because the organism could be separated into its distinct algal and fungal parts, each of which could be separately stained and each of which could be removed and separately grown in vitro under the right experimental conditions. Now, artists of the time were neither capable of this separation and cultivation nor interested in it. Looking at John Ruskin's painstaking 1871 watercolor of lichens and moss growing on an abandoned and broken brick, we can experience aesthetic interest in the entire assembly. Lichen for Ruskin was not just a symbiosis in and of itself. It was our partner in detecting pollution, offering a detailed historical palimpsest of the distressing deposits of soft coal, ash, and smog that slowed the growth of urban lichens, even as they trapped and revealed minute particles of ash in their very fibers. Far from isolating and defining some pure type of alga and fungus, Ruskin wishes to see how the amalgam participates in the blight of human habitation. Observations of ashy deposits we might be able to discern here and there in this extraordinary watercolor. Symbiosis was of interest to both art and science in ways that revealed the so-called two cultures that were emerging as distinct epistemic regimes. Yet if symbiosis is how life organizes itself and species are always entangled with other species, why aren't such facts more dominant in our epistemologies, which are so fixed on individualism in both science and art? The problem probably lies with our mostly Western philosophy. Let us look at two precise, simple, and quite different diagrams of worlds, encoding radically different epistemologies. On the left is a visualization of German-speaking philosopher Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz's theory of the self as monad, described in the 1714 Monadologie and rendered diagrammatically by the French postmodern philosopher Gilles Deleuze in 1988. Leibniz's self consents the world only dimly by extruding itself as a monad from a shared essence, returning to a central substance that Leibniz surely figured as divine. Famously, Leibniz's individual monad was windowless, a self isolated from any concrete material or even sensory interdependence with the world. This is the Western view with which we are all familiar, ultimately ensconced as the Cartesian mind-body dualism. By contrast, on the right is a 1903 sketch by the visionary Meiji polymath, Kumagusu Minakata of Japan. An ecologist and botanist, he was corresponding with Shingon Buddhist monk Doji Horyu Toki at the time he made this remarkable drawing in mandala form. I learned of Minakata's work from contemporary Finnish artist Jenna Sutila, whose art will provide us with the opportunity for a close epistemic reading in this first section of my talk. At this point, let us merely ponder the contrast between Leibniz's view of the isolated individual versus the feverishly active mandala of Minakata that Sutila explores. Leibnizian monads depend on a godly sentience for their human divinings of the world. They are otherwise utterly walled off from it. For Minakata, on the other hand, human consciousness can only emerge in, quote, codependent arising, with a universe saturated and buzzing with biological life. Minakata's mandala was drawn at a moment in his biological research when he was totally enraptured by the hard-to-define species known as Myxomycetes, literally mixed up fungus or mixed up mushrooms. Familiar to Minakata from the mushrooms he avidly collected and drew together with their spores, fungi were thought in his time to include the slime molds, those motile, pulsing entities that directly informed Minakata's cosmic worldview. In current science, the slimy and fruiting slime molds that Minakata was studying are better described as the social amoeba, or acellular slime molds, also called plasmodia. It is one of these social amoeboid plasmodia, Physarum polycephalum, that Jenna Sutila coaxes into the tracks she has etched into plexiglass. You can just see it stretching out into the sculpture, seeking the oats that she has placed in the maze to feed the plasmodium as it navigates her forms. Minakata knew that pulsing plasmodia he found in the old growth forests in Japan were significant, despite their abject aspect. In fact, he can be quoted, the plasmodium, which men look down upon as a despicable phlegm-like object, led directly to what Minakata called his mandala method, allowing him to contemplate seeming inversions of living and dead material and reverse hierarchies of higher and lower organisms. Traditional mandalas diagram an understanding of cosmically balanced forces. For Minakata, it places the knowing human individual in confrontation with unknowing itself, instantiated by the brainless cognition of the pulsing plasmodium. Those able to read Japanese can perhaps parse the Minakata mandala's unique cosmology to explore how scientific wonders interfered with the botanist's interfaced with the botanist's notations, indicating Buddhist notions of en and in. One, the indirect, exterior, potentially random cause for life in things such as rain and sun. The other, alluding to those types of direct interior causes of life, such as the seed that yields the plant. Japanese also has a compound word, inen, that brings en and in together, allowing Minakata to think in supple ways about the conduits between and connecting the causes of life with its enabling environment. For certain, Minakata's method relied on a feeling for the organism and an embrace of interspecies entanglement. The human is not isolated from the creaturely world, but swirling within it. Consciousness is by no means the pinnacle of thought, but only one node in an interlacing continuum of matter, energy, becoming, and transforming. Epistemology not only has periodizing histories, it has geographies. Here, it takes lessons from non-human modes of cognition and alternative creaturely epistemes. Just going to grab some water. Sutala was drawn to Minakata for just this reason. There is very little privileging of human executive function in what scholar Eiko Honda calls Minakata's queer science. Sutala's orgs and orbs are sculptures that utilize Minakata's comparative logics, addressing the corporate mentality of org charts by which humans achieve planetary dominance by deploying their own many-headed profit-driven algorithms harvesting distributed cognition, what AI gurus describe as general machine intelligence, choosing, as did Minakata, to give rein to the plasmodium instead. Sutala's art critiques the supposed stability of the org chart by collaborating with the acellular flow of the amoeba. She celebrates how the slime will turn the rigid tracks of human command and control into a fluid interface, converting hierarchy to holarchy, e.g., holistic rule. This collaboration involves a micro-performativity in the artwork, demanding conditions for the slime, which makes the art world itself uncomfortable, since the sculpture requires total darkness, moisture, and oats in order to achieve the desired homeostasis of the bioart. The sculpture has to be photographed with non-invasive wavelengths of light for the epistemological needs of discourse and documentation. Sutala's art invites plasmodium spores to sprout and navigate her mazes. The low light and fragility of the living amoeba virtually ensures that they will not be very visible to the average art goer to the gallery. Books, such as Sutala's orgs, offer close-up details of the Physiorum's progress, making documentation a key aspect of her work's micro-performativity. As in the micrographic illustrations that vouchsafe reality within the boundary of science, these photographic components of her artist's book help Sutala establish herself as a bioartist who knows how to handle living material in vitro, which in the art world means a museum vitrine. In addition to the org chart, another version of Sutala's collaboration with plasmodium etches Minakata's mandala itself into a plexiglass maze. The sites of in and n in the mycologist's original drawing appropriately seated with the amoeba's favorite food of oats. The plasmodium thus redraws Minakata's mandala in its own manner through a horizontal navigational pulsating probing that scientists describe as a stimulus-controlled differentiation response. Can we accept that in this art context, the scientific description of a chemically triggered automatic system is discarded in favor of a knowing collaborator? The epistemology of the human fuses with the plasmodium's efforts to know the maze and its food as the amoeba fills the mandala's oval convolutions with branching, slow-spreading, finger-like yellowish probes. Sutala knows well that the plasmodia amoeba are prized in research addressing non-cognitive decision-making, as in the famous study by Toshiyuki Nagakaki, who proved that these acellular entities would navigate among nodes of the Tokyo subway lines in a highly efficient manner, finding the best network between stops and achieving the optimal solution over time with nothing more than chemical sensing available for the task. But even humans fond of these phlegm-like life forms have a hard time accepting the deeply alien nature of their embodied brainless decision-making. Where is the boundary in art or in science that encloses us in a space that can honor this kind of knowing as epistemically virtuous? Most vocabularies fail us in describing how this mute, seemingly stochastic process gets it right. Scientists convert the slime's reasoning to a mathematical algorithm, the scientific equivalent of epistemology from slime. An artist such as Sutala wants to operate very differently. Sutala will performatively ingest physirum, if only in this photoshopped image, seeking thereby to embody the distributed intelligence of the slime through nearly shamanistic means of possessing and being possessed by its attributively magical cognitive qualities. Sutala's performance, with its discursive accompaniments, such as this purported document of microperformativity, is called a many-headed reading because it embraces the known epistemologies of this plasmodial branch of the slime mold family. Many-headed, of course, is the English translation of the Linnaean species name Polycephalum, scientifically described as acellular because they have multiple nuclei in a single membranous sac without cell walls to separate them. The Plasmodium physerum polycephalum can proliferate theoretically indefinitely if given a constant source of food. The Linnaean title seeks to compensate nervously for its actual lack of neurons, giving these social amoebae many, many heads to stand in for the very crania they lack. Sutala is well aware of these paradoxes, which fuel her live performances of many-headed reading, here shown at the Berlin Transmediale Festival in 2017 with a backdrop of the Minakata Mandala. As mentioned above, Sutala in performance plays at having ingested the slime mold in order that it may direct her away from conscious performance with its non-conscious modes of cognition. And here I quote, "The exercise I originally learned from somatics teacher Dangola Ivanslavice Mikolai Tiane intended to produce an experience of embodied cognition. Like the slime mold, people engaging in this exercise do not rely on a hierarchical structure of parts. Instead, they react to the environment in real time, adaptively, applying new degrees of freedom." I have emphasized Sutala's bioart, celebrating the epistemic critique she offers us through her collaborations with living creatures, but it is important to acknowledge that Sutala is equally indebted to the brainless mechanisms of computer algorithms and AI in her performances, videos, phone apps, recordings, and sculptures. This is a productive discussion I'm having with several different bioartists who want me to admit that we are already symbiotic with our machines. I am surprisingly resistant to that argument. For me, it is Sutala's entanglement with non-conscious biological processes that fuels symbiotics polemic. It is her embrace of Lynn Margulis's biologies of symbiosis, yielding Sutala's title here, the holobiont, that helps me in speaking with you about the historical epistemologies of biology as a science and biology as art. I will hold off defining holobiont for you briefly so that I can come out from this close reading of Suttila to take a wider view of how these historical epistemologies of symbiosis have crossed with systems art to propel the newest forms of bioart into existence today. Material anticipations and instantiations of the symbiontics, I hope to persuade you to adopt. The new forms and interests of bioart are in conversation with philosophies of the more than human, as I've mentioned. Godfrey Smith's prompts to think across the deep time of evolution to present day behaviors of cephalopods is inspiring, pointing out their stunning capacity to signal separate messages on dorsal sides of their boneless bodies. But here I want to turn such questions around. Rather than focusing on the multiple types of cognition, intelligence, and even more than human epistemologies I've been interrogating so far, I want to ask how, in the archaeobacterial comminglings that gave rise to all multicellular organisms in the first place, did sensing and knowing first come into being? Such ontological questions are also epistemological. If knowing depends on sensing, then to question how sensing begins is also to question the emergent structuring of knowledge. Will knowing about a given archaeogenealogy of sensing allow us to sense it in operation? Explanations are in order for all these archaeo references. If the botanist Minikata saw a cosmic mandala of dependent co-arising in the lowly unconscious plasmodium, half a century later, biologist Lynn Margulis would look at other lowly life forms and see evidence of deep evolutionary mergings that made the experience of consciousness possible. Margulis is best known for pulling together evidence for her theory of endosymbiosis. That is, the evolutionary incorporation of one separate prokaryote into another, making a convincing argument in 1967 that these ancient mergings were the origin of nucleated mitosing cells called eukaryotes, or good seeds. Margulis's theory has now been proven to be correct by genome analysis. A theorist useful for symbiontics, Margulis campaigned for symbiosis-centered arguments in science her entire life. It was her theories and observations, confirmed by overwhelming genomic evidence, that led hard-headed evolutionary biologist Ford Doolittle to critique the standard model of the tree of life in 1999, substituting a much more reticulated model that better accounts for the emerging data. Not only was Margulis right about the symbiotic mergings at the origin of multicellular life, but her findings were verified by gene sequencing. Translocated genes from constant crossings show a model of evolution that is not exactly Darwinian. In place of tidy arboreal branchings, it features horizontal transfers of genes from hosts to symbionts and vice versa. For Margulis, symbiosis and these mergings was the primary driver of evolution. These complex symbiotic relationships and inheritances formed by meshes of macrobes collaborating with microbes over deep evolutionary time required a new vocabulary. Each participant in a symbiotic relationship is a biont, and the name given to their ongoing existence together is a holobiont, itself forming a hologenome, the whole network subject to evolutionary pressure. The complexity is what I hope to capture with the polemic symbiontics, and what I see cropping up in the work and discourse of savvy new bioartists. Perhaps aware of the performative 2018 video Holobiont by Jenna Suttila, we see the sculptor and bioartist Annika Yee engaging Margulis's idea in a pair of works on the theme of the holobiont. Each of these is an aquarium that is also a painting. The pigment is chlorophyll, coloring the vivid miniature ecosystem in the bodies of filamentous algae. Usually exterminated from hobbyist fish tanks, the oxygenating algae species are given structures by Yi, little sculptures that lift and carry them towards the light, as if she were the fungal partner in a lichen. Like the holobiont, Yi's celebration of what she calls the bacteria scene is also a response to her readings of Lynn Margulis. In the first instance, as Margulis emphasized, life on the planet has always been bacterial, and all subsequent life forms had to take their place on and within these teeming single-celled critters. Yi's 2016 installation at the Guggenheim, Life is Cheap, featured this glassed-in vitrine titled Force Majeure. Using 400 tiles coated with agar, the algae-based growth medium pervasive in biological research labs, Yi made hosting bacterial and fungal blooms her entire point. These symbionts, messmates, and with livers became vivid as the primary sources of color in her backlit futuristic environment. This detail of Yi's force majeure artwork allows me to restate the polemic at the heart of this talk. By acknowledging symbiosis as that which is, by taking this concept from biology not as metaphor, but as material reality, this changes our epistemology. Ideally, it forces us to depart from extractive individualism when we account not only for our own entanglement with bacteria, but the role microbes play in the planetary ecosystem. The bacteria scene is filled with oceanic phytoplankton, who provide an estimated 20% of the planet's atmospheric oxygen, a perpetually churning machine, creating the element crucial for oxygen-respiring life in our biosphere. Science contributes this knowledge, but it's not so good at equipping culture to make use of it. Thus, the symbiotic polemic. We must bridge the findings of science with the experimental cultural site of contemporary art. Art is good to think with, particularly when it comes to the scientifically difficult and marginalized sciences of symbiosis. Symbiosis theorists have also taken up the holobiont to critique Darwin's bulldogs and their survival of the fittest, which migrated into Richard Dawkins' selfish gene theory. What we see in place of the reductive individualism of the single gene or even the single cell is now not only the hologenome, but the environmental metagenome, which I like to summarize as the survival of the most intradependent. Organisms are likely to do best when mutualist in their environments, forming ongoing symbiotic relationships that flexibly adapt to evolutionary pressure on an always dynamic and now rapidly changing planet. Working in collaboration with chemist and NASA scientist James Lovelock, Margulis eventually agreed that these symbiotic relationships formed hierarchical yet integrated systems extending to the entirety of planet Earth, a multiply enmeshed scrum of life that Lovelock and she theorized in the early 1970s as Gaia. Margulis, as both a field and theoretical biologist, made work that encouraged such leaps. And this is why this pair of images works for me to capture the two scales that bioartists today must think with and contribute to our epistemologies in order to embrace the true complexity of symbiosis as that which is. Margulis and later Lovelock asked us to analyze, think, and perhaps even feel our way inside the relationships among all manner of life forms, whether they be the anaerobic bacteria that entered the plant cells to allow photosynthesis, or the CO2 respired into the Earth's atmospheric systems that initially produced the warmer temperatures conducive for the spread of life. These leaps in scale were based on the observable symbiotic relationships in the field. Per Margulis, 1 + 1 does not equal 2 when endosymbiosis and the actions of metagenomics are at hand. Rather, 1 by 1 equals another larger and more complex one. Ants need the fungus in their nests. Butterflies thrive with Wolbachia bacteria in their gonads. Corals require the algae in their cells, and humans need bacteria in their guts. As Margulis made clear, we are our symbionts. But Margulis didn't stop here. In her work on the endosymbiotic evolution of different cellular structures, she offered a new and still quite controversial view of the very sensory apparatuses that allow us to read about science or mull over art. Specifically, Margulis suggested in genomic work with John L. Hall and others that it was a family of ciliated bacteria that eventually yielded cells capable of sensing a world through chemical and electromagnetic resonance with energies on Earth. Oxygen-tolerant spirochetic bacteria, on this account, share important genetic signatures with the proteins that yield human auditory cilia, taste buds, tactile heat and pressure sensitivities, and are olfactory chemodetectors. Even the rod and cone structures in our retinas relate to these wrigglers, as Margulis and Hall affectionately call these creatures, the undulopodia, who can be found today in the sulfurous muds of warm, briny swamplands, and whose symbiotic migration inside cell walls is observable in field biology today, as seen here in a termite gut. The recursive quality of this epistemic revelation is notable. The deeply symbiotic argument holds that even as we try to sense undulopodia, it is the symbiotic affordances of the undulopodia themselves that allow us to sense anything at all. It is our merged and incorporated undulopodia who are sensing for and with us, allowing consciousness to emerge as sensory symbiotic becoming. Margulis understood this implication of her theory, arguing that consciousness itself could be understood as the concertizing of this microscopic and microbial resonance. The feedback loops between energies taken in by these spirochetic cells and their kinocilia relays become the hum of what William James understood as our active and effective effort to make sense of the world's blooming, buzzing confusion. Symbiosis is the ultimate episteme. To conclude, bioartists have allowed me a utopian polemic. Contemporary art made with biological material and more than human collaborators can appeal to the very affordances of our evolved sensory system, scaling up for the epistemic task of enculturating us to feel symbiosis with our planetary ecosystem. This is not necessarily explicit, but can become so through the working of art and its reflective processes of reception, which include this talk. As I've argued elsewhere, when we talk about the Berlin-based artist Tomas Saraceno connecting the webs of spiders to the cosmic webs of plasma coalescing into the universe that made our star and our planet possible, we can truthfully assert that art is where the polemic of symbiontics is already being worked out. Saraceno collects cosmic dust and releases it with the spiders in Buenos Aires, whose intentional web vibrations are further amplified to propel the cosmic material into the ambient gallery space and presumably into our nasal passages. The scalar dance is truly the work of a materialized polemic, which rationally propels us to consider our way of knowing as a mesophenomenon that has a microphysics and a macrophysics as bounding conditions. Metaphysics, in the art world I'm celebrating, is the sum of all these epistemic considerations and scalar metamorphoses. Now, the kind of bioart I've been showing you is very different from the code-obsessed work that began at the millennium's turn. The artist who historically claimed transgenic art and bioart was Eduardo Kvasz, who wittily deployed James Watson's central dogma to become one of the masters of the code of life. Kvasz's millennial project to encode a biblical verse from Genesis in an industry-proven E. coli strain was one expression of this hubris. The artist chose verse 128, which you can see in the background regarding, quote, man's dominion over fish, birds, fowl, and by implication, all other forms of life. By describing the biblical claim of human supremacy as a, quote, dubious notion, unquote, the artist certainly intended to flag the problems with Judeo-Christian patriarchy and the genomic revolution as he opened our intestinal bacteria to real-time mutation in the exhibition, viewable on the web and now archived as digital art. Still, titling the installation Genesis in response to an Ars Electronica commission in 1998 called up science fictional imaginaries of godlike creation, cementing Kvasz's emerging reputation as the coolest code jockey of them all. In my own curatorial efforts, I'm tracing a quite different historiography. More pertinent to the bioart of symbiosis are the systems artists of the 1960s seen here on the right, whose avatar, for me, is artist Hans Hacke and his 1969 Chickens Hatching, an industrial incubator full of hatching eggs. This was an in-your-face chirping of domesticated, entangled, co-evolving chickens. It provided a powerful alternative legacy to today's bioart, distinct from the code jockeys, in part because it is historically coeval with and reducing and refusing the reductionist biology that an artist such as Kvasz would later pick up. Unlike Kvasz, the systems artist from a prior generation, Hacke, refused the black boxing of the engineer, questioning exactly what it is that attempts to separate us from the engineering of life, as here in a chicken incubator. Like the other art histories I'm interested in, of body art here on the left and activist art in the middle column, systems art is complexly social. Black boxes in these artworks are made to be opened and put on display, even in the case of Orland's plastic surgery on the left, or Steve Kurtz's identification of genetically modified organisms in the middle column. Epistemically linked to contemporary artists such as Sutala and Yi, these systems, body, and activist art forms brought in feedback loops of many kinds to the understanding of life's complexity and entanglement with human systems. The polemic of symbiontics addresses the paradigm shift that the unit of the gene, the cell, or the organism is not enough. Symbiontics may additionally appear authoritative in this assertion, as polemics do, but it functions quite differently than the strong theory of Kvasz and co. Symbiontics is in fact a meshwork and a carrier bag for a much larger set of relationships, connecting the present author historically to the unadopted term symbionticism from the 1927 book by a biologist, Ivan Wallen, and aiming to loop in the tireless symbiosis theorist, Lynn Margulis, who made sure Wallen's work would not be forgotten. The mesh takes many more threads from theorists such as Donna Haraway, with her ontics, antics, and discussion of sympoiesis, which in turn draws on biologist Scott Gilbert's symbiopoiesis. And poiesis, of course, alludes to the crucial systems theories of Maturana and Varela, who back in the 1970s offered to cybernetics the concept of autopoiesis as being crucial to theories of life as another kind of system quite distinct from the machine. In place of what mainstream biology literally calls the central dogma, DNA makes RNA makes protein, symbiontics hopes to be undogmatic. Origins are never definitive, although they matter to the stories symbiontics wants to tell. Mysteries of creation are not the point. Rather, symbiontics attends to how things continue to unfold and coexist. Here is the undogmatic credo. Symbiontics is simply that which we discover, relations relating together, resonating together in lively survivance. Symbiontics defers the metaphysics of origins to consider the conditions of existence. In this way, symbiontics links itself to pensiero debole, or weak thought, philosophies notably taken from Giano Vattimo, that embrace the old postmodern realization that master narratives are done. Rejecting high metaphysical theorization is not to abandon thinking, however. It is to affirm that the most productive thinking and epistemologies are not conquests in the battle that polemics announces. Rather, they represent ongoing care for concepts. In the epistemology of symbiontics, we must acknowledge that concepts are borrowed from others to be tended and maintained, nurtured, and held until conditions are right, so they can send out seeds and relations of thought by which no thinker thinks alone, and perhaps no thought is fully conscious of who thinks it through and with us. As Haraway puts it, it matters which stories tell stories, which concepts think concepts. My tendering of symbiontics as an offering in a chain of offerings, constantly weaving the mesh to capture more affective and productive relations to science, as well as being, becoming, and caring for and as life. So when Jenna Sutala trains AI on the movements of bacteria in her brew of kombucha, a symbiotic culture of tea, bacteria, and yeast, the result is a machine microbe collaboration that produces a, quote, sputtering of alien vocals accompanying diaphanous letters floating around a bacterial soup. Her sci-fi inflected efforts aspires to the incantatory poetry of the Sumerian epic Namshub, here in homage to the gut microbial symbionts that kombucha fosters. Surely, the new contemporary bioartists we've been examining prompt us to cultivate interspecies empathy. Are we ready to receive this message about empathy, an epistemic virtue not often celebrated in our objective sciences? Symbiontics asks for no less, and art gives us a bounded place in which it is happening. The early systems artists and bioartists I connect to that legacy are not after a master narrative. There's no great chain of being that privileges one symbiont over another. Instead, we have a vibrant primordial soup of weak thoughts that collectively, collaboratively yield a true ecosophy. This was the necessary emergent thought named in 2009 by Felix Guattari, French psychotherapist and philosopher collaborator on rhizomatic thinking with Gilles Deleuze. The rhizome is, of course, an epistemology derived from the study of non-arboreal root structures, subterranean modes of ecosophy. Soil mycorrhiza form a robust rhizomatic epistemology based on the buried networks formed by plant roots, and fungal hyphae, who make a symbiotic third entity that neither can make on their own. In an excruciating pun, these mycorrhiza have been dubbed the wood wide web, since they exchange nutrients and information throughout the soil-based partnership of plant roots, fungus, and bacteria. What are we looking at? I'm showing you both a GIF derived from an educator attempting to visualize his own collaborative network of rhizomatic learning, superimposed on an installation view of bioartist Claire Pentecost's astonishing soil herb project. Her attempt to subvert capitalism with a new economy based on a symbiotic understanding and replenishment of the energies of soil. Deleuze and Guattari show up on their own compost-soaked banknote in Pentecost's magnum opus. These alternative currencies are part of a set of 41 compositions of puddled compost and watery brown dirt on paper overlaid by delicate drawings that depict energy workers of the soil converting waste into humus, as well as human agricultural reformers and other ecologically minded figures such as the artist Joseph Beuys. Pentecost considers them all arthropods, microbes, artists, and philosophers, teachers of Gaia. Even Darwin gets a note in honor of his last book on the formation of vegetable mold through the action of worms, 1881. We can see that unlike the heteronormative and human celebrating survival of the fittest dogma, the lowly worm epistemology was ahead of its time. Weak thought in practice. Caricaturists in Punch, with their looming worm question mark haunting Darwin, were not yet ready to receive Darwin's recommendation that we consider invertebrates the actual movers and shakers of the earth. Unlike the scientist Darwin, the artist Claire Pentecost speaks about her practice by presenting herself as a public amateur. Engineering professor Sarah Hendren celebrates Pentecost's position of enthusiastic humility. Intriguingly, Hendren recommends Pentecost's public amateur position to her engineering students as a cure for the arrogance of engineering expertise. Hendren summons an evocative amateur radio station with call letters that seem to spell weak as an icon for the public amateur's position. In wrapping up this nonviolent polemic of symbiontics, I want to emphasize that in its weakness lies its strength. It is a permeable epistemology, like the lowly algae and fungus that form lichens. It is dynamically sensing and testing the availability of symbiotic partners in planetary metabolic thought. It is distributed, whether micro, meso, or macro. It acknowledges interdependency, entanglement, and its insufficiency when isolated. Here, we recall that the word love is embedded in Pentecost's civic offering as a public amateur. This work takes loving devotion. There is, of course, a collective and cumulative thinking and even love in the labors of science. Can it partner with less individualistic theories, fewer selfish genes, and more symbiosis theory? In curating the exhibition Symbionts for October 2022 to be installed at MIT, we certainly hope that all these mind changes can happen. Taking a page from Pentecost's generous anti-capitalist ideas, we do not imagine soil erg, which will be in the show, as currency to stock up in a bank vault. Nor is Noor Mubarak's sculptures here spheres for playing ball. Rather, these are love letters to the circular oikos of our garden planet. Thank you so much for listening. I wish I could be there in person.
Yeah, let's ideally thank our keynote speaker. Let's thank her for this incredible talk. And I think there was no better way to start our workshop than with this remarkable, I would say, both conceptual and historical journey, centrally bringing together several aspects and concerns, both of our workshop and of the arts science alleged divide. So I think that Caroline's very rich talk shows several points at which, so to speak, the arts take the lead over the sciences and bring about epistemological shifts, even possibly shaping the outline and the content of a new epistemology. So that we have time to share our remarks and thoughts. If there are remarks that you want to share, is this possible?
Maybe I can start.
Of course.
And it will help to start something. I think that this talk show how a partnership between art and science give a lot to think. Okay, gives a lot to think. I think this in particular, it emphasizes the fact that there is a kind of paradigm to think the relationship between the different forms of living beings. I mean, it's as if the notion of ecology, of ecosophy, points out to this notion of koinonia, a kind of community of the general living beings and so on. And it's highly in a high opposition with all this Cartesian thought of a privileged place of the human beings. And so I have the feeling that the different exhibitions and the different programs that Caroline Jones exhibits shows emphasizes a general will for highlighting, thinking a new way of relationship between the different living beings. And it's as if at the same time, it's a will and a program of research. I mean, I think that in architecture and the different work of the different materials, there is a real will to use living materials, for instance, bricks for building houses with fungi, and not just dead fungi, but also trying to use the electric neurons within the complex network of fungus to think the way of living in the houses differently. And it's an example, but I know that there are also attempts to make some tissues with kombucha and so on. And so there are many new techniques that try to think a way of living with the other forms of living being differently. And at the same time, I don't know if we are really ready for that. I mean, I think that if we imagine living with insects, with fungi and so on, I don't know if I'm ready for that. So I think that there are a kind of contrast between the different experiments that are led in architecture, and the emphasis on this will is very important, because I think at the same time it's a kind of program and a new trying to shift our way of thinking, our relationship with the living world. So it was a very first remarks, but and at the same time, it had a time. I think that this talk also highlights two epistemological remarks. First, it shows how our notion of individual, biological individuals have to be thinking again. I mean, usually in philosophy of biology, we know that we try to think biological individuals among different scales and so on, but now we also have to think the relationship between symbiosis and between abiotic and biotic components differently. And also, I think that it also encourages us to think differently our representation of the living beings. We show a new way of representing the tree of living beings, but also there are circular representations that try to show that human beings are not at the center of the system. And I think that the different exhibitions and the different examples also show how we have to emphasize the word of fungi, of bacteria, all these living beings that we are not used to think about as other member to exchange with. And so in that sense, I don't know if it's possible to think, how to say that, to think another epistemic regime to perceive our relationship with this kind of living beings differently. That was different remarks, I think about that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you also for emphasizing that. from the talk and also from this idea of a new epistemology based on symbiosis, the traditional philosophical Cartesian ideas of individuality and subjectivity are, if not completely shattered and abandoned, they are, I mean, we are led to rethink them, to reconceptualize, of course, our place.
I think the word polemics is very accurate here, because there is a big tension between this Cartesian idea and another will to think the living community differently. And I think it's very hard to change this paradigm. So, you know, putting this point in particular is very important.
Yeah, although with what happened in the world in the last few years, I mean, we are more and more urged to do so. I mean, rethinking our place in a larger environment. There's a couple of hands raising. Maybe Maria was first. We have a microphone so that also people on Zoom will be able to hear your talk. And also,
thank you. This is only small remarks. I had to think about another artist whose name is Georg Steinmann. I'm at the Max Planck Institute for the History of Science, and I'm involved in a project about epistemic spaces of producing knowledge, and in particular, I'm working about the relationship between architects and researchers at the Max Planck, different institutes of the Max Planck. And there is a particular case of interest in Dresden at the Max Planck Institute for Molecular Biology and Genetics, in which there was not only a relationship between architects and sciences from thinking about how to develop the space, but on a meta level, they invited an artist, Peter Steinmann from Zurich, that had to kind of reflect about the very concept of symbiosis, which is the concept of working together from different disciplines at the Max Planck Institute to a work of art, which is a sort of a gigantic sort of panels, fragmented panels, in which he brought together fungi and algae, and for bringing together these ideas of an hybridization between fungi and algae to show this symbiosis. So it was only I think it is interesting that different artists are working on similar concepts in this particular ways. This was only this observation.
Reworking our idea of community, as you mentioned it. Thank you very much, Peter. Please.
One other topic that seems to me to emerge from the talk that's, I think, will be of concern in various talks to come, judging by the descriptions that we've had of them in their titles, is the way politics plays into the historical epistemology. And I was very struck, I mean, of course, with the legacy of Foucault's work on biopolitics, but there's a new kind of discussion about politics that emerges from some of these concerns. If you look at the three-part description that Carolyn Jones made between the bioart that's associated with body art in feminist and LGBTQ work, and then citizen science, activist art, and then the kind of contemporary engagement with multi-species and the extension. These are very different. Each carry in common that they evoke a politics that is not the politics of just party politics, or it's something in a way off center from that, in some ways deeper going than that have to do with making the body into a site of politics, and the great feminist tradition of performance art that goes back certainly to the 1960s, was saying this is politics too. The politics, it's not that that's over, but they initiated that discussion, and the activist art of putting, changing the way city streets and nature interact and disrupting the flow of annihilating or setting aside nature in different ways. And then this contemporary moment, I think it's something that I look forward to pursuing throughout the next 2 days is to look for places where the historical epistemology evokes, is motivated, but also changes the way we think of a more than party politics.
Thank you, definitely. The political aspect that Caroline's talk brought to the fore is very crucial to historical epistemology, also because these are aspects that are typically neglected by other epistemological approaches. So it is the goal of historical epistemology to bring these aspects to the fore, many thoughts going around in my head right now. Pietro, I wanted to formulate another remark, but I'll do it later. I want Pietro to join the discussion first. Thank you, Peter, for handing the microphone. So
Thanks. So I'll bring an epistemological remark as a reflection to the talk we just had. So I'd like to think together of this problem of what has been called a sort of more than human epistemology, or if you like, a symbiotic epistemology, which seems to me, on the one hand, to call for a new approach to our relation to the world, which is a scientific and cultural problem, and can be dealt as such. And there is the epistemological dimension, which formulated as a symbiotic one, or a more than human one, tries to solve the Cartesian problem. So it's in the air, this Cartesian problem of the dualism. But by what means it gets solved? And it seems to me that one of the big issues that we have here, that there is a tension, and there is this call to solve a dichotomy that opposes the human and the natural, the thought and reality. On the other hand, the big risk I see here, not here in this room, but in general, is to create a form of objectivity, or a sort of naturalized epistemology, or reified epistemology, if you can use these expressions, which has implications. Also, Peter called our attention to feminist epistemologies, just to call for our attention to one important realm of reflection today, in which ideas like standpoint reflections or standpoints are very important. It's not just feminist issue, but it's an important issue. And standpoint theory, as it was started, just to start thinking with it, is very much about a critical approach to the sciences. That is, not accepting the authoritative element of science as going automatically, and also reflecting on science as something produced culturally that is not just taken for granted in a sort of abstract objectivity. So that problem is still present. I think it's a very important problem of historical epistemology. And while we discuss the political, the cultural, the historical, I think we have to keep these different levels in view. So on the one hand, the necessity of a new paradigm in the sciences and the cultural realm. On the other hand, the historical and epistemological dimension of reflexivity, subjectivity, agency in the sense of praxis, which can be solved in reified terms, but it's possibly not the solution that we are looking for. Okay, that's my comment and invitation to further discussions.
When you think about reification, or the transformation into thingness, Is it the static, unchanging aspect of it that concerns you? Are you pointing to having a more dynamic, evolving sense of the epistemology rather than a static one? Is that?
I would say this is an important part of it, not to abstractly objectivize one result. But I think this problem can be solved in both subjectivistic terms and objectivistic terms. We can just assume that there is an objective process without subject, so to say. So we can save the problem of processuality without involving the active subject. Whereas I would say there is an element of Cartesianism, if you like, as a legacy, which is the crucial role of subjectivity as a constructive moment of knowledge on the one hand and reality on the other. It's not Descartes transformative of reality, but we can infer that, we can see it as a legacy of the cogito and Descartes, of course, without staying in that individualistic mode that it was the Cartesian. So in that sense, I think there is a problem of processuality, but also a problem of what is the role of subjectivity in that processuality. And it has been phrased differently by various currents. So reflexivity, for instance, in critical theory, praxis in other approaches, standpoint in other ones. So it's all attempts to keep the subjective creating moment, which opens to contingency, to responsibility, to politics, etc.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for your remarks. Concerning what you both said, I think that really the Caroline's notion of polemics really strike a chord here. It is, in her view, it is polemics that shift episteme, and we have to get clear about what polemics are and the role they play. It's not just so much as like arts create new epistemology, but polemics, which is something which is already a broader concept, bringing many of the aspects you just touched upon. If we don't have further urgent remarks, I think we should move on with our lunch break, and for sure we'll have the chance to keep continuing our discussion over lunch. So we end here the morning session, and we meet again at 2 p.m. Same room. So thank you very much. I'll see you in slightly more than 1 hour now.
Welcome back, everyone, to this afternoon session. We have a very rich program with 3 communication before taking a break at 4. I'll first start by introducing Francesco Nappo. He's a historian and philosopher of science. He received his PhD in philosophy of science at the University of North Carolina in May 2020, and he's currently a postdoc in the Department of Mathematics at Politecnico di Milano. His current research deals with the history and epistemology of scientific modeling and with the role of analogical reasoning in scientific discovery. And he will give us a talk entitled How Maxwell Discovered the Maxwell Equation. Thank you, Francesco.
Thank you so much, and thank you for organizing and for inviting me. So this is going to be a little rough. I had a kind of a rough week last week, and so apologies in advance if some of this stuff isn't going to be as neat as they could have been. So today, my aim is to present you a kind of a reaction to a lot of kind of a literature in analytic philosophy of science concerning the relation between truth and beauty, or science and art. So questions about the relation between scientific truth and beauty are often raised within the so-called question, the so-called context of justification. The picture is that of the bonus points. That is to say, you have 2 theories that are kind of like empirically equivalent, and what you're supposed to ask is the question, suppose that one theory is a beautiful one and the other is the ugly one. You're supposed to ask the question, does the fact that one of the two theories is more beautiful give us any further reason, any extra bonus points to believe in its truth? Okay, so that's the question as it's standardly asked in this literature. And one of the main authors in this literature, McAllister, defends a kind of view that according to which scientists' aesthetic judgments are somehow truth tracking. That there's a reason for trusting scientific or scientists' aesthetic judgments because, well, by a kind of meta-inductive argument, scientific theories that have this feature of beauty have been successful. Can everybody hear me well, or is sort of? So, okay, have this kind of feature of, okay, so the scientific theories that have this kind of feature of beauty have been successful in the past. And so the idea is that we have a reason, this gives us a reason, a meta-inductive argument to think that the next best theories of the world will be beautiful as well. Okay, and so the way this gets spelled out is in terms of certain kinds of standardly beauty-making features of scientific theories, such as symmetry. The fact that a theory has a symmetry in it gives us a reason to add credence to that for that theory before any new evidence is considered. Okay, so that's the way the literature in this field sort of goes. And my reaction to this is to say that in a way, this way of analyzing the beauty of, talking about the beauty of scientific theories and analyzing it in terms of certain standard beauty-making features and saying that these are what makes it for truth. This way of framing the whole issue ends up misrepresenting the aesthetic element in scientific theorizing. Okay, and so the aim of today the aim for this talk is to give you a case study that I think helps us understand what is this kind of aesthetic element in scientific theorizing and where these philosophers that have been talking about beauty and scientific truth kind of go astray. All right, so the case study comes from the work of James Clerk Maxwell, in particular from his electromagnetic work. Well, in order to understand the case study, I need to just briefly introduce a few notions of electromagnetism before Maxwell was working on the topic, okay? What was known about electricity and magnetism before 1855? Well, one thing that was known for sure was electrostatics, all right? The science of charges at rest. It was known, and Coulomb had postulated this law according to which charges attract or repel one another by a law analogous to the law of gravitation, the Newton's law of gravitation. Right? There were some interesting studies been made about things like electrostatic induction, like the way in which kind of a body is charged by contagion with a charged body. But exactly how that worked was only measurable, quantifiable for certain shapes of bodies. Another big thing was the work of Faraday, who, without knowing any mathematics at all, was able to show experimentally that just as in electricity, there is a distinction between conductors and insulators, in the case of magnetism, there is a kind of an analogous distinction between what he called paramagnetic and diamagnetic bodies, right? So paramagnetic bodies is like metal that they feel magnetism in a way. Diamagnetic bodies is like the analogous of dielectric or the insulator, right? That they don't feel magnetism. The idea was, well, there is this kind of interesting similarity between bodies in the way they react to both electricity and magnetism. And finally, there was this idea of the electromagnetic relations. In particular, it was understood that a moving magnet could produce an electric current. And Ampère, the French scientist, had proposed a law that quantified exactly the intensity of a current given the shifting magnet. Okay, so that was more or less what was happening. Now, Maxwell starts his studies saying, well, look, this is an interesting field of research, and we need some kind of coherence to this picture because there is no underlying electromagnetic theory that accounts for all this various phenomena related to electricity and magnetism. But the way in which Maxwell's scientific revolution is standardly described in even university physics courses goes something like this. Maxwell took the four main laws, verified experimentally about electromagnetic relations, the two laws of Gauss on electricity and magnetism, the law of Faraday on electric induction, and then finally the Ampère law for electromagnetic relations. And noticed, according to the story, that they jointly contravened the principle of conservation of energy. Now, based on this fact, and kind of noticing that there was a lack of symmetry in the laws, because as you can see here in the law of Faraday, there is a relation between, roughly speaking, an electric field and a magnetic field. But in the Ampère law, there is no analogous thing, okay? There is no relation between the magnetic field and an electric field. It's just a current. According to the story, Maxwell decided to add an extra term to the original Ampère's law, this delta E, delta T, which is called the displacement current. And by adding this term to the original laws, the principle of conservation of charge was restored, and so the symmetry of the equations. And according to the story, that's how we got to the Maxwell equation. In fact, this new Ampère-Maxwell equation turned out to be the correct electromagnetic law. Now, this way of telling the story is not right. Okay, historically, this is not the way in which things went. And so the rest of the talk will be to try to give or to extract or extrapolate the kind of the philosophical message behind the way things actually went. Okay, what happened? Well, the real discovery was made through a couple of studies. One of them was called on Faraday's lines of force. Okay, so Faraday, which was this very kind of crazy scientist kind of type, imagined that instead of thinking of charges like masses that were, there's a gravity attracting, okay, in terms of forces acting at a distance, we should think of electromagnetism in terms of local action, in terms of the electric and magnetic forces sort of finding its location in some kind of intermittent medium. Okay, the medium of electromagnetic relations. Okay, the idea came to Faraday from thinking about cases like this. Okay, there is a magnet here, and there is iron filings. And the idea is if you place a magnet on iron filings on paper, you come up with this kind of, the iron filings kind of aligning itself around this sort of very characteristic lines. And Faraday's idea was, look, maybe the seat of electromagnetism is precisely this kinds of lines that we see here. Like maybe that's exactly the force that we're trying to understand. Okay. Now, Faraday had no kind of mathematical knowledge, and so he could not give mathematical expression to this idea. So Maxwell came to help. The idea was, look, we can take this idea of the line of force and sort of give it a mathematical coherence. How? We think of this lines of force in analogy with a system of tubes in which an incompressible fluid flows. Okay, so we think of each of these lines as something like a tube in which there is an incompressible fluid, an imaginary incompressible fluid. And this is what's cool about this, which is that we know from hydrodynamics that the velocity of the fluid inside the tube is inversely proportional to the cross-section of the tube. Okay, and so the idea that Maxwell came up is, well, here's what we can do. We can think of this tube as a mere surface. We can think of it as kind of opening up in such a way that the velocity of the fluid can exactly represent the intensity of the line of force. So remember, the intensity of the line of force by the Coulomb's law has to be inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the charges. And so we can just make it up that these tubes kind of become larger, right, as the distance grows. Right? And so in this way, it just turns out that the laws of hydrodynamics and the laws of electromagnetism coincide. Okay, and through this kind of analogy, Maxwell is able to recover a number of features of electromagnetic relations. Among other things, there is the fact that the difference between insulators and conductors, right? You can think of this as analogous to the velocity of the fluid, right? When encountering media of different density, like air or another liquid, okay? In those cases, if the velocity changes, and so also the intensity of the force when a different medium is interposed. Okay, so far? So the idea is to think of this physical system as a kind in analogy with hydrodynamics and to see where this goes. And it turns out it goes pretty deep. Now here's the cool thing. The first paper, the paper with the hydrodynamic analogy, had shown that lines of force or electromagnetic forces behave macroscopically with the A as if they were a system of interconnected tubes in which an incompressible fluid flows. But now we want something more. We want to understand what happens at the mechanical level, at the microscopic level, microscopic with the eye, okay, such that it can give us that kind of microscopic behavior with the A, okay, big versus small. Now we're interested in the small. And what happens is Maxwell is going to give us another analogy with a mechanical model that can give us a sense of what's happening with electromagnetic relations at the microscopic level. Right? That is the model of molecular vortices. Now, to come up with this model, Maxwell starts from a different phenomena. The first time he had started with the phenomena of electrostatics, but now there is he starts with magnetism. Okay, he starts with magnetism. It says, look, we know from Faraday that magnetic forces have a kind of rotational effect. In particular, they produce the rotation of the plane of polarization of light. So we start with that, and we think of magnetic forces as a kind of vortice, having the kind of rotational action. Okay, that's represented by this hexagonal figures here. Okay, they are supposed to be vortices rotating with a direction of their axis coming towards you. Okay, and the direction, and a lot of the first part of this paper on physical lines of forces consists in showing that, roughly speaking, this very fastly rotating vortices, the systems of very fastly rotating vortices, instantiates at the micro level, at the small level, the system of interconnected tubes that Maxwell had shown to be compatible with electromagnetism or be analogous to electromagnetism in the first paper. Okay, so in particular, he uses the fact that the velocity of, the rotation of the molecular vortices around their axis generates a kind of, by the centrifugal force, a kind of lateral tension along the equatorial dimension, thus generating tension with the sort of the other molecular vortices. Okay, so that's one crucial thing about this. Having come up with an analog for magnetism, Maxwell then adds electricity. He says, well, look, in the first paper, we figured that electric fields and magnetic fields stand to each other in the way in which these two interlocking rings stand to one another. So the idea that should come out of this picture is one of kind of these two forces unified in their reciprocity. Right? The idea is if the one of these rings moves, the other rings moves in this very specific direction. Okay, changes to one ring is changes to the other, and vice versa. Okay, so that's the relation between electricity and magnetism. What Faraday would used to call the mutual embrace of electricity and magnetism. And so what he does is he takes kind of this idea and sort of puts it in this model. He says, look, we're thinking of the vortices as coming towards you. By this picture that describes exactly the relation, the direction of the force, of the lines of force, electrical force versus the magnetic force, what you can do is to think of electrical forces, in particular electric currents, as kind of sliding through the vortices in this direction, okay? This horizontal direction. Whereas the vortices are coming towards you, electricity goes this way, right? What is electricity in this model is this little particles that you have here rotating around each other and sometimes moving from one place to the other, okay? Where the motion of the rotating particles around, around one of these lines, say P, is in effect a current, is the equivalent or the analog of a current, okay? Now this model seems very simplified, seems very idealized, but it's got a lot of nice properties and accounts for a lot of interesting stuff. So here I can give a couple of simple examples. One of them is, look, if the particles are kind of rolling on each other, kind of tend to move on this direction, they will leave, as it were, the magnetic vortices kind of alone. And by leaving the vortices alone, the vortices will create friction with one another, generating heat. And so that's equivalent or the analog of the fact that the passage of current, electric current, from one place to another generates heat. Right? Another thing that this model can give an account of is things like induction. For instance, a current generated by induction. Right? You can think of this as, well, look, there is a body up here, and there is some kind of interposing medium, and then you bring a charged body on the bottom here, right? What this charged body does is effectively to accelerate the vortices that are in the middle. Accelerating these things, it ends up touching against the vortices that are in the conductor. And because a conductor has the, there is less kind of pressure for the electrical particles here to rotate around themselves, the particles are free to move from one place to another, generating a current. Right, so it's all very well set up. And so what's missing in this picture? What Maxwell recognized is that what's missing in this picture is electrostatics. So remember, in the first paper, Maxwell had started from electrostatics. He now finds the problem of having to recover it in this sort of picture, in this sort of mechanical model. So how he does it, the way he does it is saying, look, imagine this isn't just rigid vortices and rigid particles, but this is all floating in a kind of an elastic medium, okay? By doing that, we can think of the particles, the electrical particles in here as accelerating or decelerating, and as in this acceleration of deceleration as accumulating or releasing stress. Okay, so you think of this as a kind of the muscle that kind of contracts, right? Accelerating or decelerating, these particles will have a kind of tangential action on the nearby vortices, which will accelerate or decelerate the vortices, creating within a given region a situation of stress or release. Okay, and in order to account for this, the medium getting stressed or getting released, that Maxwell introduces this, what I call the displacement current, this delta E, delta T that I told you about before, right? The idea is, and you can see it from this model, the idea is, look, the delta E, delta T is exactly a measure of the rate of change of an electric field over time. And so if you think of this as just a measure of the acceleration or deceleration of the electric particles within the surrounding the vortices. Okay, so the motivation for the displacement current had absolutely nothing to do with conservation or symmetry, or at least in this paper, had nothing to do with symmetry. It had to do with the need to account for things like electrostatics or electrostatic induction. Oof, that was maybe too quick. But cool thing that happened here is that by adding this term, Maxwell recognizes this displacement current term to the electromagnetic relation. Maxwell recognizes that the velocity, okay, of the electromagnetic waves moving through this elastic medium is exactly the same as the velocity of light as measured experimentally by some German scientists. Right? And so Maxwell here ends with this very famous quote. It says, "We can scarcely avoid the inference that light consists in the transverse fluctuations of the same medium, which is the cause of electric and magnetic phenomena." right? So through this adding the displacement current to the model, Maxwell had kind of made room for the electromagnetic theory of light, for the reduction of optics to electromagnetism. Right now, that was the case study. I hope you found it fascinating as I do. But let me try to get very briefly to the philosophical message here and to sort of return to the theme of truth and beauty that I introduced this presentation with. Well, here I want to distinguish between two things. Here's what I call the T-beauty, okay? The property of theories that arises as the result of some standardly recognized signals of beauty. Right, a lot of philosophical accounts out there, at least in the literature that I read, are concerned with this T-beauty. The question is this T-beauty a kind of sign of truth or a kind of symptom that the theory is correct or not, right? But there's two big problems with this sort of accounts. And I think the case study illustrates these problems. One of them is just that a meta-inductive argument of the sort that McAllister and other people defend is going to systematically misrepresent the logic of certain episodes in the history of science. Consider the case of the Maxwell equation. It's going to say, well, the reason why these equations are better than some empirically equivalent riddle is because they feature symmetry. And Maxwell had a reason to add this, to believe in this particular equations because symmetry was involved. Right? But that's exactly the wrong way to tell the story because symmetry had no role in the story. Symmetry had nothing to play with this. And so you kind of adding onto your inductive argument something that has no role whatsoever in the process of discovery. Okay, so that's the first thing. Symmetry had no role to play, but you would consider this as a supporting case for your meta-inductive argument if you bought the McAllister, the kind of standard meta-inductive view. Second thing is that main problem really isn't so much that, but the fact that they entirely displace the aesthetic element in the scientific process. The aesthetic element here isn't so much the symmetry of the equations, right? But it's the fact that there is a kind of aesthetic engagement in the process of theorizing. That is to say, there's a sense in which, in making up these models and showing how they work and etc., the scientist is artistically, aesthetically engaged. I'm taking this expression from the work of John Dewey, who says, well, the intelligent mechanic engaged in his job, interested in doing well, and finding satisfaction in his handiwork, caring for his materials and tools, is artistically engaged. And the idea is that there is a kind of continuity in human expressions, and art isn't just a separate thing from, doing your job well, right? Or expressing yourself in a certain way. Right? In particular, what this deep beauty is sort of missing is this idea of scientific theorizing as an exercise of what I'm calling a constrained freedom, right? On the one hand, take the Maxwell case. On the one hand, there are constraints on the theorizing. There is the empirical constraint of accounting for electrostatics, accounting for electromagnetism, accounting for induction, right? Making this picture coherent with the metaphysics of local action defended by Faraday and others. Those are the constraints. And then there is the kind of an exercise of freedom, because within these constraints, it's the job of the scientist to produce an image, a picture that kind of make these constraints kind of cohere with one another. Okay, so that's where I think if there is any aesthetic element in science, it should be located. It should not be located in the beauty of theories, but in the aesthetic engagement in theorizing. So another way of putting this is that I'm trying to defend the idea against people who think that, well, there is something important about aesthetic in scientific judgment. And if there is something important, it must be connected with truth, right? Scientific truth. So that's the picture I'm trying to argue against. I'm trying to say, yes, there is a huge element of artistic or aesthetic engagement in scientific activity, but that has nothing to do with, getting at scientific truth. Not at least in the sense that there are sort of like epistemic constraints on this exercise of freedom that scientific theorizing consists in, right? Accounting for electrostatics, accounting for induction, etc. So that's sort of the picture that I'm trying to develop. Since it's out of time, we won't have time to discuss how that ends up supporting some insights from Benedetto Croce, but since I'm from Naples, I want to end with another quote from another Neapolitan philosopher, Giambattista Vico. It says, rational metaphysics teaches that man becomes all things by understanding them. This imaginative metaphysics shows that man becomes all things by not understanding them. And perhaps the latter proposition is truer than the former, for when man understands, he extends his mind, he takes in the things, but when he does not understand, he makes the things out of himself and becomes them by transforming into them. Okay, so that was all. I hope that was clear. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? You may need to take a mic.
I'd like to call your attention to another case which is very popular in the history of science and points to a similar connection between discovery and aesthetics in connection with symmetry. It's Copernicus' heliocentric model that was conceived as a gestaltic shift by Kuhn by pointing to an aesthetic element in the decision. Which is a very interesting case because on the one hand, assuming that there is a sort of mental gestaltic shift based on an aesthetic principle makes the investigation of the compelling arguments and the path of discovery less relevant for the explanation because there is this mysterious moment of conversion. On the other hand, Copernicus himself uses the expression symmetry. And I was trying to check, I'll give you, I don't know if it's symmetria or congenitas, but anyway, when he discusses his idea of the heliocentric system, he uses a word that is either symmetry or the equivalent in Latin. And that's to point to a problem that is similar in another case, and at the same time is revealing but hiding the path to the achievement of a scientific goal and the reasons that are underlying it. One question on the top of, so if you have something to add to this, but one question is about the intuition thing by Croce. Yeah. Which I'm not so familiar with his aesthetics, but knowing of the Kantian background, I wonder what the meaning of this intuition is. Because in the Kantian frame, it's always connected also with the categories that inform. So I suppose that in Croce it is also a connection between the intuition as the sensible part and the connection with the form. So the two parts so together. It's not just form or formal, but it's possibly also linked to to a sensible ground.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So the idea is, well, Kvasz is going to try to explicate this idea of intuition by opposition to concept or to form, as you said, and by examples. So he says, well, when you criticize a politician, you could criticize a politician for missing the intuition or the sensible reality of people. Like, well, you could criticize the student or the teacher for not being able to transmit to the student the kind of the practical know-how of going through a problem. Okay, so that kind of hard to articulate sort of tacit understanding of things, that all of that comes into a dimension that is non-conceptual, and so it's kind of intuitive in this sort of very broad sense. And so it's that kind of feature of something that you can't quite articulate, the analogy between electromagnetism and this mechanical model that I'm trying to insist on as the basis of scientific, advancement, if you like, yeah. But thank you so much for the example from Copernicus. I'll look it up. This sounds very interesting.
Okay, thank you for a very interesting talk. And I would like to ask you to comment on another feature of Maxwell's work, namely this vectorial differential calculus. So the rotor or the curl and divergence, etc. Because actually there was no vector calculus in those times, and he used Hamilton's quaternions in order to really capture this. And so my question is whether he invented this curl and these operators, or he took them from somewhere else.
Well, so it's a little bit like both. Okay, so there is a very important work in Maxwell that's called On the Mathematical Classification of Physical Quantities, that comes from, that's just pre-treatise, where he invents the word curl. And if you read the paper, he says, look, I was thinking about the whirl, but the whirl kind of implies motion. Curl is better because it's just, it's just supposed to be a distinction in static. And so that's at least, from the terminological perspective, that's where the terminology comes from. In terms of the actual mathematics, that was known before him. That was sort of stuff that comes from Hamilton, that comes from Fourier before. So that those concepts were kind of before Maxwell, in a sense. But it's a very interesting paper just on mathematical classification of physical quantities, because Maxwell is trying to show that physical quantities come into certain kinds of standard patterns or classes, and that by figuring out to which class a given quantity belongs, if it's a vector or a scalar, if it's a force or flux, if it has a rotational or a linear character, and so on, okay? By figuring out this thing, this classification, you can identify a physical quantity as belonging to a set of stable relations, physical relations, right? And so he thought at least that this classification is very important because roughly it helps you come up with new analogies, right? Because once you've said, okay, this is a vector, well, let's make it a flux. And so if it's a flux, it has, the equation has this shape, and it has this relations to these other quantities. So let's figure out what these quantities are, and so on and so forth. And so there is a big project in Maxwell about making these distinctions very clear and useful for physical theorizing.
Thank you very much, Francesco. We'll have to stop here, or maybe one last question if you want, if you don't want to get late.
Yeah, I hope it's not a killer.
So some of the historical literature on Maxwell's equations, like I'm thinking of Darigal, Shapiro, things like that, make a lot of his work on circuits very essential to the story. But I don't have an independent view about how important that is, but it's not something I've studied in detail, but I wondered somewhat about how you saw that. And then more specifically, I wondered in the story of this changing set of metaphors or metaphorical diagrammatics that Maxwell uses, how literal do you, I mean, how seriously does he take them? What is their function? You know, the famous ball bearing one that you showed, or others, you know, at the same time, he's also got a version of that's purely formal, you know, a Lagrangian approach to electrodynamics, where he sort of seems to bypass all these models altogether. So I was wondering sort of how you saw his general philosophy of metaphor here. How seriously do we take these? Do you take them to be purely expositional? Are they explanatory? Are they, you know, do they reflect an underlying ontology of flux tube, of sort of Faradayan flux tubes, and then finding different ways of expressing that?
Great, thank you so much. So let me try to say, so I have, of course, kind of controversial views about this, and sort of they maybe came up in this talk a little bit, if you're familiar with the Maxwell literature. But the way I see the literature is, the Maxwell scholarship is, Maxwell is never believed, okay, or very rarely believed, in the sense that if you ask, you know, sort of old school, you know, Duhem or people like this, what was of that molecular vortex model that I explained, he was like, Duhem was like, it's a cheat. He made up this model after knowing that the equations were the ones I just showed. And so he just made it up such that this molecular model would sort of please the Victorian mind of sort of physicists at that time, right? So I think that picture is incorrect. Historically, I think we have reason to trust Maxwell, and I'm trying to come up with a story that makes sense of his scientific work and his remarks. Now, when you look at the remarks and you ask me, what does Maxwell think of the analogy or the method of analogy that we're thinking? I have the view that these models or these analogies or these metaphors, however you want to call them, they aren't simply useful for illustration or for exposition, but they're also not already hypotheses. So a very big other trend in Maxwell literature is to say that the molecular model I showed is actually a physical hypothesis confirmed by hypothetical deductivism, right? And so that picture is also not the one I'm thinking of. What I'm thinking of is that Maxwell believes by the kind of process I just explained of the sort of the mathematical classification, that there is a way for us to infer certain kinds of physical properties of things from their mathematical shape or form or class. And exactly how one does this is something that Maxwell thinks, you know, he can explain it to us by means of examples, but it's that kind of inferential or inductive function of analogies that I'm trying to focus on. So it's not illustrative, it's not explanatory, it's something kind of in the middle. It's like it supports arguments for certain hypotheses without explaining the target system. Okay, thanks.
Thanks a lot. Our next speaker is Stefano Furlan. I'm very pleased to introduce him. After humanistic education as well as a specialization in theoretical physics, Stefano Furlan moved to philosophy and history of science, joining in 2019 the Max Planck Institute for Wissenschaftsgeschichte in Berlin in the research group, in the research group Historical Epistemology of the Final Theory program. There he started, in collaboration with the Department of Philosophy at Université de Genève, his PhD dissertation, which he will defend very soon, I think. And it's focused on the various activities of the physicist John Wheeler between the 1950s and the late 1980s. And today we'll present a paper on John Wheeler himself and his relation between the history of science and arts. Thank you very much.
Okay, does it? Yes. Okay. So first of all, thank you everyone for being here, and particularly thanks to the organizers. So as is quite well known, during the 1950s, So as is quite well known, during the 1950s, Erwin Panofsky repeatedly praised the scholar's ivory tower, from whose heights, so to speak, one could also spot like a sentinel the barbarians at Portas. It is only a conjecture, but I have good reasons to think that among such barbarians, Panofsky was including in his mind, at least from time to time, this man here, the one on the right. The other is simply the Mephistophelian Wolfgang Pauli, whom Panofsky actually befriended. So who's that? Panofsky's Princeton neighbor. The story goes that the FBI once went to ask Panofsky if his neighbor seemed to him to be a trustworthy and reliable person of unsuspicious ideas. At that point, Panofsky started shouting that he was a mass murderer. Now, Panofsky was not freaking out entirely, nor is this an extreme version of the proverbial and somehow caricatured strained relations between neighbors. This neighbor here was not an ordinary barbarian. Yes, he used to put science at the service of technical utility, as opposed to the attitude of the ivory tower, and even of military tasks. But to borrow a phrase from Voltaire, he was a barbarian not without some genius. His name was John Archibald Wheeler, and you may have heard of him, at least due to a few expressions that he adopted and then became part of a relatively common parlance, from black holes to eat from beet. Panofsky had that kind of reaction against the nuclear age, and he was not alone in this. Some eloquent pages by Michel Serres on what Hiroshima meant for his generation and its image of science come easily to mind, but also reflect Gunther Anders and others. Even one of Panofsky's sons, who was going to become a quite distinguished physicist, and by the way, was also a student of Wheeler's, did not remain indifferent to such ethical dilemmas and activated himself from within the community of physics, and also tried to problematize the situation while talking to his father without much success. Wheeler too, even if he was convinced of the necessity at the time of developing thermonuclear weapons, meditated upon those issues in a variety of ways, not least inspired by the long-term pacifist visions of his two great mentors, Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr. He also took note of the impact of the new Promethean powers at the level of society at large, and realized that the old genre of celebrating science and its triumphs needed a renewal. This is actually the starting point of what I would like to speak about today, even if it was necessary to first evoke the backdrop of the nuclear age, as well as the cultural milieu of the German immigrant in Princeton. Irving Levin, in his last essay dedicated to the American Panofsky, has remarked how, for the transplanted art historian, the United States represented a context in which the regional and national boundaries that characterized its discipline in Europe were completely lifted. Well, John Wheeler was going to transgress many other disciplinary boundaries with a barbaric injection of new energies that deserves some consideration. Here, I will not be speaking much about the content of Wheeler's physical research of that period. Suffices it to say that towards the end of the 40s, with the explosion of the so-called particle zoo, that is the discovery of new kinds of unaccounted particles, his previous ambitious attempts at building a comprehensive picture of nature went into crisis. Some new ways of doing physics, which followed the latest experimental outputs and added ad hoc terms here and there to accommodate the newly available phenomenology, were not congenial to Wheeler, who even went so far as to invoke a desert island to isolate himself from the flood of new experimental data, himself to meditating more deeply on already well-established principles, trying to explore their extreme consequences. This heuristic approach even received a name, daring conservatism, to be compared with Eisenhower's slogan, dynamic conservatism. Wheeler thus began to regard as the hero and later even as the father of daring conservatism, one of his two mentors, Niels Bohr. To what principles, however, would daring conservatism now apply? To general relativity, that is, to what Wheeler considered the main legacy of his other great mentor, Albert Einstein. It is therefore interesting to note how, at this stage of crisis and evaluation of future strategies, Wheeler, around 40, somehow decided to reinvent his well-established career in an operation that was by no means trivial. In fact, after general relativity had been consecrated by the classic tests that are still illustrated every time today, it had ended up on the fringes of frontier research in physics. Wheeler thus became a key figure for the next 2 decades of the so-called Renaissance of general relativity, a phenomenon that long remained completely flattened and taken for granted in certain triumphalist narratives, but was appropriately exhumed and studied in more recent years. In light of the preceding considerations, this means that Wheeler conceived of his own work of that period as the development of Einstein's results, but with a methodology he claimed to have taken from Bohr. For him, the great and still open challenge, namely that of reconciling general relativity and quantum physics, was thus also a personal matter in an attempt to reconcile the legacy of his two mentors, at the same time forging his own precursor, Borges' style. One can understand then why a seminal paper from that period opens with an epigraph, decidedly unusual for a physics paper, from Confucius: "I transmit, but I do not create. I'm sincerely fond of the ancient." All this has been properly reconstructed in very recent years, not least thanks to the rich archives that Wheeler himself set up for posterity. This should not be taken as a self-aggrandizing pose. His notebooks are not afraid of showing the criticism he received from illustrious colleagues, nor is Wheeler reluctant to leave visible traces of his heuristic attempts, unlike the fox who erases his footprints with his tail, as was said instead of Gauss' knuckles. Wheeler's archives, quite significantly left to the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, are rather one of the manifestations of the importance that he attached to history and historiography, as well as of his transgenerational concerns. As a matter of fact, in parallel with the physical research just outlined, there was another of his activities worth noting, as it is even more overlooked and perhaps unexpected. In the late 40s and mid-50s, that is, in the turning years considered here, Wheeler spent rather extensive periods in Paris and Leiden. In Paris, among other things, he took drawing lessons to improve his graphic skills, so important, as we shall discuss, for his way of practicing and communicating physics. It was during this period that Wheeler also became a reader of the Paris Review, a magazine founded in '53 in which established writers, from Eliot to Borges, from Pound to Nabokov, were interviewed with a special emphasis on their creative or heuristic processes. The series was in fact called Writers at Work. An original thinker such as Wheeler was predictably intrigued and soon envisioned something similar in order to collect and pass on to posterity the creative experiences, heuristic strategies, and more generally the testimony of the founding figures of the new physics, who were starting to be relatively old and to pass away. Realizing this, along with the need for new ways of communicating physics to a wider audience in the middle of the gloomy proclaims and fears of the nuclear age, prompted Wheeler to help set in motion the organization of one of the most extensive projects in the history of science, Sources for History of Quantum Physics, then led by Thomas Kuhn and others. The interview format, a source of much frustration for Kuhn, had been suggested by Wheeler based on the model of the Paris Review and its writers at work. Now, apart from the appropriateness of using such a medium of historiographical investigation under those circumstances and with a delay of decades, what is interesting to point out is the unified conception of the works of the mind, if we take an expression from Paul Valéry, that Wheeler evidently nurtured. In this sense, Wheeler was thinking in nuce of some integrated history of sciences and arts, while the awareness that he would later display for the importance of archives and historical perspectives is certainly a pleasant surprise for the historical epistemologist as well. And by works of the mind, I do not mean to convey a too theoretical viewpoint. Another facet of Wheeler would involve its close contacts with engineers or other logistic matters, for instance. And also to echo the previous talk, it is probably not a coincidence that later Wheeler displayed some interest in Giambattista Vico, quite unusual for a physicist. Moreover, it should be quite clear at this point that Wheeler's uses of history were actually quite multifaceted. It would be easy to echo Nietzsche's tripartition and to claim the partial co-presence of an antiquarian effort aimed at the respectful and self-serving preservation of the past, of a monumental instrumentalization with the aim of spurring new recruits to feel involved in a great tradition, and more generally, pointing with grand narratives the research directions of collaborators, and of a critical gaze capable of selectively identifying or transfiguring by analogy certain traits that can be used in present situations. Pace Panofsky is saying that a humanist is someone who rejects authority but respects tradition, applies quite well to his neighbor. Wheeler, in addition to taking ideas and anecdotes from history, updating or transforming them by analogy, had the same kind of attitude towards the past and its untapped potential, also with regard to the uses of images with a long tradition, which retain a powerful symbolic and rhetorical power, survive their previous contexts, and get charged with new meanings. Now, it does not appear that Wheeler had any direct contact with Aby Warburg's thought. Even in the case of Panofsky, it is uncertain whether he had any familiarity with his writings. But a curious comparison between the dishevelled Einstein and Dürer's wood engravings may provide a hint. Nonetheless, as we shall mention also towards the end of this paper, there is some intriguing affinity with Aby Warburg, and we can at least theoretically make leverage on the latter to highlight some peculiar features of Wheeler's thought, both in terms of his relationship to the past and to pictures. A first level is represented by Wheeler's refunctionalization, sometimes ironic, of images from earlier centuries, such as, for example, the Sibils from Cesare Ripa's 1603 iconology, used to illustrate the inspiring aids of his heuristics in physics, or no less than a phrenological diagram adapted at the end of the textbook Gravitation to indicate the various skills one must have in one's head, so to speak, to deal with those topics. We may also mention the tree of physics. It can be found in the draft syllabus of a comprehensive course Wheeler was to teach in Leiden. This is clearly an echo of the Arbor Scientiarum, but it is curious how, in this particular context of those years, the tree retains, yes, the value of a structured and in some way hierarchical organization of knowledge, but it also appears ambiguous, with the risk of mistaking roots for branches. Out of metaphor, this misunderstanding consisted for Wheeler in considering as fundamental, that is, as roots, many of the new particles that were being discovered, instead of considering them only as branches. Let us now jump to the 1970s, by which time the ideas and bold research begun by Wheeler some 2 decades earlier have crystallized. The new field of relativistic astrophysics is flourishing, and he, now in his 60s, is recognized as one of the top leaders also in general relativity and gravitational issues. We are all accustomed these days to clawing poses of physicists and mathematicians, displaying blackboards thickly filled with both in the background. It is now standard iconography, imitated and propagated even in a fictitious or hieroglyphic manner on TV and whatnot. Now look at this blackboard. I'm willing to bet that there is no physicist who, in the light of any standard expertise, would be able to fully illustrate its meaning. It would probably be dismissed as the work of a madman or a crackpot. Or notice how colorful these other blackboards are. There is no question that even these photographs are to some extent posed or betray, if nothing else, some awareness of being seen. Indeed, we might say that they are images that are watching us, perhaps not much or not only in Bredekamp's sense, but by means of the fact that their content breaks away from the idiosyncratic way of talking of a single scientist, such as Wheeler, and gets cloaked in a naturalistic aura. An aura which is increased by the suggestion that such images guard some fundamental and yet unsolved natural enigma. Quantum foam, for example, today is no longer an original pictorial evocative expression of Wheeler's conjectures or expectations, but has become something fascinating and exotic, directly conceived as being out there. The picture evoked by Wheeler is almost perceived as one of those Byzantine icons, which were supposed to have descended directly from heaven and had not been made by the hand of man, the Archaeo Poieta. Or at least we can say, as often the case with painters of icons, that the author here fades into a kind of anonymity after opening a supposed window onto realms that are difficult to see. Still, this has some side effects as well. The way people speak of quantum foam nowadays is much poorer, so to speak, and less phantasmagoric than Wheeler's, who was not just thinking about quantum fluctuations of space at the smallest scales, but was dreaming of building everything out of nothing, starting from such fluctuations in the vacuum. The history of such dreamlike imagery, which was of course informed by mathematical and technical aspects as well, has actually many strata that involve Wheeler's activities and interests. From the bubble seen in pictures of underwater explosions to the logical analogies he drew from that, and not least Shakespeare's famous lines from The Tempest. Perhaps Bachelard's notion of rêverie is not irrelevant here. In any case, it should be clear that a historical epistemological analysis without simplistic back projections is particularly important given the peculiar situation of recent decades. Some of the frontiers of theoretical physics are extremely speculative and in lack of empirical confrontation. A few vague and evocative expectations are widely shared. Research questions are framed in a certain way rather than in another. But who and how shaped them like that has been forgotten while the spell persists, perhaps leading to some fruitful result, perhaps just enchanting with a mirage. The impact, for better or worse, of Wheeler's communicative style on the way the extreme frontiers of physics have been popularized and sensationalized in recent decades is a topic that undoubtedly deserves attention. In a late interview, Wheeler played with the idea of an exhibit about images of creation. It is not too far-fetched to claim that in his mental museum, he had many of these pictures that were then scattered in his writings that in his last decades often resemble a Wunderkammer, and that found their way to even broader forms of scientific popularizations. The aspiration towards a Sistine Chapel-like diagram for all of physics, or the all-pervasive and dreamlike quantum foam, a cyclic cosmology similar to an underwater explosion, the folding of space in gravitational collapse, the participatory universe, an updated version of Leibniz monadology, the Chinese resonances of the physics and austerity program, it from bit. All these are just some of the pictures of creation that Wheeler conceived, and after his mental museum, in a sense, exploded, in various degrees and with some metamorphosis, have become part of the frequent and suggestive evocations at the frontiers of theoretical physics. Not only they mirror quite well-defined periods and interests of Wheeler's long life and career, thus calling for a contextualization and a diachronic perspective, but also represent options that are at least in tension when not mutually exclusive. Echoing Bohr, Wheeler used to recall over and over the need for paradoxes and clashes of ideas in order to have conceptual progress. In this sense, the space in between all these evocations should not just be considered as a non sequitur or as a formal logical lacuna to be filled by a full-fledged theory. That Zwischenraum between Wheeler's pictures is also the conceptual space in which those ideas and what they entail can clash and produce transformations, or provide a field of tensions in which we can try and navigate during our heuristic explorations. It is important to remark that, again in the wake of Bohr's example, Wheeler used to consider all these as interrogative suggestions, not as apodictic proclaims, as much as the popularization of such pictures also has the effect, as already mentioned, of turning them into some oracle of science. His pictures, in other words, have to be kept in motion and in the process of clashing. In this sense, my use of the term Zwischenraum tries indeed to mirror the role of the space between pictures in Warburg's atlas, always open to a new rearrangement or metamorphosis of those same pictures. Indeed, it would be misleading to assume just an illustrative pedagogical point of view dealing with the already formulated and systematized notions. We must not forget that these suggestions by Wheeler concerned a research still in theory, at least in part, and that in any case, all this visual feast required preparation. Wheeler preparing the blackboards before the lessons, carefully and with many colors. And even before that, unearthing the right image, the proper metaphor, the effective expression. Operation he did first and foremost for his own understanding, often in areas little or not at all explored. If I can't make a picture, I don't understand, he used to say. At this point, perhaps it begins to become clear that what I am emphasizing is rather different from the visualization that is often talked about among more recent historians of science. The images that constellate a heuristic path such as Wheeler's are not merely seen as inert products of some shared practices or some static material residues, exuvia, but become charged pole of reasoning, indications that push in one direction instead of another, footholds for the reconstructions, and so on. Assuming this genuinely heuristic viewpoint, then, one can also better grasp the Warburgian nod present in the title of this contribution, namely Mnemosyne. Of course, the allusion is clearly to memory, the mother of the muses, that is, of the arts and sciences, as reflected in the Wheelerian way of relating to the past, a creative, productive memory. But there is also a more subtle and perhaps more interesting aspect that Wheeler shares with Warburg, particularly the late Warburg of the Atlas Mnemosyne, as already suggested. Resorting to images to Wheeler represents an effort to think in images, just as his collections of images are the evocation of imagines agentes, images that produce thought and suggestions for the unexplored, not mere illustrations. In this sense, unlike the kind of visualization studies alluded to earlier, but also unlike a certain scientific attitude, which, of course not with all the wrongs, looks with suspicion on images and on the words that accompany them by the way of captions, and keep them pedestrianly separate, and all the more separate from formulae, in Wheeler's case, we can clearly notice a transmedial circulation or translation between the iconicity of the mathematical formula, the evocation through ordinary language, and the actual image itself. It is precisely this peculiar mixture that constitutes the highly original feature of both his heuristic procedure and his communicative style. Since we are talking about transmedial translation, it seems to me that in Wheeler's case, it is crucial to add and emphasize the importance of the pole of ordinary language and its metaphorical power. In this regard, I will simply point out something usually overlooked. Even in its simplicity, the expression black hole embodies an important and by no means obvious shift of attention that from the collapsing object, the star or whatever, redirects the focus towards the surrounding space and the way in which it is altered. There is, in a sense, a conceptual leap, which from focusing on a sequence of states of something imploding leads to a kind of whole. Wheeler's initial resistance to the pioneering results on black holes ante litteram ended up putting him in the ideal position to grasp the importance of this gap and codify it, or appreciate its codification, depending on the story one believes. In a phrase of disarming concreteness and simplicity, black hole. Recalling Horace Ars Poetica, one can speak of a callida junctura to emphasize how, thanks to the cunning juxtaposition of two entirely common words, whole and black, a new, well-on-point meaning is conveyed. We are evidently far from considering the metaphorical expression as a rhetorical frill or merely as a whimsical way of expressing oneself at the level of ordinary words. That being said, there would be other curious affinities to mention between Wheeler and Warburg, the distinctly transdisciplinary linguistic borrowings, the unhinging of conventional historical narratives to reorganize knowledge and its memory, the attention to different forms sensitive to historical enrichment, but also characterized by a deep dynamic unity, the use in some way idiosyncratic of a library as a Denk machine. But unfortunately, there is no time for all that here. To conclude and summarize, 3 levels of intertwinement have thus been outlined. One is internal to Wheeler's own perspective and somehow invokes a unified historiography of sciences and arts, besides calling for, or at least promoting, a historical epistemological perspective. Another is at a sort of meta level. That is, it concerns the scholar who examines Wheeler's activities and takes note of the relevance of a graphic artistic component imbued in his thought processes. And yet another, which in a sense is a bolder version of the second, and would perhaps fulfill the desire expressed by Wheeler in the first, concerns the fluid and transmedial dimension with which one can try to characterize, through a comparison with the late Warburg, the Wheelerian heuristics and rhetoric, with that visual thinking that distinguished them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really learned a lot from your talk, and I think it echoes the research of many of us here. Are there any questions? Especially you quoted Maria Teresa Costa's work. Maybe she wants to react to that. Yes, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stefano, for your wonderful talk. And I feel a bit embarrassed to be quoted in your talk. But it is a very, as we also propose in Catania, it is and in our conversation that we had in the last month, it seems to me to be a quite fascinating correspondence between these two authors, and it should be studied a little bit more. Perhaps I ask a small question, if I may. You also used the metaphor of intermedial translation in your talk, and I would like to ask you, if you could a bit explore or say something about the interrelation between visuality and invisibility in your talk, as this has to do both with Wheeler use of images and Warburg use.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. So yes, actually, a lot of, let's say, Wheeler's visualizing activity is on a curious threshold between what is visible and what is not. In the sense that we have to keep in mind that much of his activity, let's say, related to quantum physics, even if he somehow followed some heretical, at least in comparison to Copenhagen's orthodoxy, some heretical suggestions, still he always claimed to be faithful to the lesson of Niels Bohr. And you know that in the Copenhagen interpretation, especially during the 1920s, early 30s debate on Anschaulichkeit, on intuitive visualizability, the Copenhagen orthodoxy put some sort of ban on images. So in this sense, there is already some interesting tension between, let's say, the orthodoxy that says that in these realms that we cannot, of course, directly perceive with our senses. We have to be very wary of pictures that could mislead us. And on the other hand, extensive use of pictures in the case of Wheeler. But then also in the case of black holes, I think that let's put it this way. The long trajectory that led Wheeler to become the baptizer of black holes is a story that is decennial. So it's a long story. And there are many turns, many change of minds, and so on. And in the first few years, there was a strong resistance from Wheeler. And I think that, yes, this resistance was in large part due to the impossibility, at least in the light of the early pioneering results by Oppenheimer and Snyder, to form a mental picture, a sort of mental simulation of what was going on in those extreme cases of gravitational collapse. So in that sense, Wheeler always saying, if I can make a picture I don't understand, he was facing this sort of eternal collapse, something that was by definition non-visualizable in terms of in optical terms. And at the same time, there was this paradoxical conclusion of some masses that were cutting themselves out from the universe, but at the same time, they were keeping their gravitational pull. So in this sense, I think that also the case of black holes, even though then he came up with diagrams that have not to be taken in a mimetic way as a sort of proto-picture, but just to highlight some features of mathematical reasoning, is again a case interestingly in balance between what is not visualizable and what somehow visualizable in a literal or metaphorical way, at least.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. A fascinating talk. I was wondering to what extent you saw these correspondences between or among Wheeler, Warburg, Panofsky as sort of structural homologues, and to what extent you consider them part of either a common cause or a historical development, or I mean, is this a structural? What are you getting at with that? Are you trying to expose and deepen our understanding of Wheeler's task by putting it in structural contradistinction to the work of the art historians, or is there something common to both of them that issue from some common set of cultural circumstances, or is Wheeler learning from them? I mean, Panofsky, the art historian, not the physicist, was at Princeton and overlapping by decades. I mean, so I just wanted to understand what the register of the claim is.
Yeah, I would say that, well, let's say direct influences are not documentable. So in a sense, you could either take this as a, let's say, a theoretical exercise for this occasion of offering a Warburgian reading of Wheeler. But I think that perhaps if we try to pinpoint in a more precise way something deeper, yes, I think that they share structurally, so to speak, some similarity in the sense that they both Wheeler and Warburg have this peculiar relation with the past. Well, peculiar, especially in the case of Wheeler, for he's a physicist. And so, in a sense, this idea of that the past is not just the graveyard of theories or whatever, but is actually a resource which undergoes metamorphosis, still potentialities, can take new shapes, and so on, as well as this interest for, say, visual aspects. It's something that somehow is capable of providing some structural relation between their two worldviews, so to speak. And yeah, so in that sense, when I was speaking about the works of the mind in a sort of unified way, yes, that's again in the productive heuristic dimension that I think that this sort of unity can be perceived, and which I guess is also quite similar to what was argued for in the previous talk.
Very helpful, thank you.
I'm very sorry because it could be discussed way further, but we have to move on if we want to keep our schedule and listen to our next speaker, Ladislav Kvasz. He's a professor at the Institute of Philosophy of the Czech Academy of Sciences. He holds the master's degree in mathematics and a PhD in philosophy from Comenius University in Bratislava. His main topic of interest is philosophy of mathematics, and he's developing an epistemological position called instrumental realism, aimed at understanding how instrumental practices in a wide sense can enhance our knowledge of reality. His book, Patterns of Change, won the 2011 Fernandoville International Prize in Philosophy of Science in Lisbon. And we'll hear him today on the topic epistemological reconstruction of the development of the concept of space in geometry and in painting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for. Okay. So I would like to say something about the connection between painting and geometry from an epistemological point of view. How I came to this topic was that teaching history of geometry is an interesting field because you realize that the Greeks didn't have the concept of space. So if you read Euclid or Archimedes, etc., you don't have any idea of any space, while entire modern mathematical geometry, so differential geometry, etc., all are about different spaces. So the question was, from where does the concept of space in geometry originate? Of course, the answer is from painting. But the question is, how can we understand these relations? So how can we really understand where space comes? And so when I studied philosophy, fall in love with the Tractatus from Wittgenstein. So in 1921, Wittgenstein published his Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, and there he presented his picture theory of meaning. So my first idea was, so there is, of course, the idea that language and reality have something in common, and this something is the pictorial form. And Wittgenstein characterized the pictorial form as a picture has a logical pictorial form in common with what it depicts. So that is why we can, of course, it is for languages. So how is it possible that when I speak, you understand me? Is that actually the language and the reality have a common structure? And there is a very interesting line. A picture cannot, however, depict its pictorial form, it displays it. So there is something which is important for the pictorial form, that it cannot be expressed. And okay, so this distinction between depicting and displaying will have a very, very important role. So the first idea was to apply Wittgenstein's picture theory of meaning to pictures in text on geometry. So if you go through history of geometry, projective geometry, non-Euclidean geometry, differential geometry, all possible geometries you can imagine, really try to use Wittgenstein's picture theory of meaning. And it is interesting because applying picture theory to pictures turns Wittgenstein into a real epistemological tool. So you can really use it, you can have rules, etc. It works very well. And so one possibility how to interpret the innovation that made possible the discovery of non-Euclidean geometry, for instance, is that geometers like Lobachevsky, Gauss, and Bolyai introduced a new pictorial form. I will explain later what this pictorial form is, so just for motivating the whole enterprise. So our first question is, what is pictorial form? So Wittgenstein is not very explicit, but he says something. So first is the limits of language. The limits of my language are the limits of my world. So in a sense, I cannot describe what are the limits of my language, but every language has limits. And so these limits are somehow displayed by using the language I speak, and by speaking about everything about which I don't speak is somehow a boundary. Another thing is the subject. So the subject does not belong to the world, rather it is the limit of the world. So in a sense, it is an idea coming from Ernst Mach, that actually I, as I see you, as I represent you, I am not in the world. I am somehow outside the world which I perceive. And the philosophical self is not the human being, not the human body or the human soul, which psychology deals, but rather the metaphysical subject, the limit of the world, not part of it. So the subject is again something that is not represented, but that is doing the representation. So somehow it is present, but not depicted. And now comes interesting. So now let's come to pictures. So if you see here in this Van Eyck's picture, Madonna of Chancellor Rollin, it's a famous painting in Louvre. So there you see the horizon. But actually the horizon in painting, of course, it is not part of, it cannot be drawn. The horizon has no color. And if I would make a scientific research, so take a painting, make a car, go there and find out what is the horizon, you will find nothing. There is nothing in the world that would be depicted by the horizon. Horizon is just displayed. So when the painting is ready, you see there the horizon, but not because the horizon is depicting something, not because it is saying something. Horizon is not representing anything. Horizon is just appears in the painting, so it becomes, so the horizon is not depicted by the painting, it is only displayed by it. So if we would go into the country depicted in the painting, nothing would correspond to the horizon. So horizon is one of the aspects of the pictorial form, because it is not there, it is just displayed. Okay, now there was a Russian theologian and etc. killed in the Gulag called Pavel Florensky, who in 1920, and he also a mathematician and a priest. So in 1920 wrote, so 1 year before Tractatus, wrote his paper Inverted Perspective, and he criticized this very famous fresco of Leonardo. If you look here, so how narrow the room is. So how can so many people be seated in such a very narrow room? And imagine that Christ, oh, here is Christ, he is sitting. So if he would stand up, he would have his head almost at the ceiling. So this room is somehow strangely small. It's inadequate to the objects which are in the room. So there are too many people and the ceiling is too low. That was the criticism of Florensky. Of course, Florensky's aim was to defend the icons, so the orthodox way of drawing and painting. He said that this is not better than we do, because basically it's also geometrically wrong. Now, another interesting book in 1922, so 1 year after the Tractatus, František Kadeřávek, who was a professor of geometry at technical universities, so in technical universities are people doing important works in history, wrote a book about perspective, and there he explained the whole problem. So if you imagine the room, so here is Christ. Of course, Christ is the vanishing point. So all the lines converging to the depth are, coming to the point here. So it is really in the center, so it is the vanishing point of the picture. But if you take here a square and take its diagonal, so what you find out is here is the so-called distance point. What is a distance point? If you turn it around, so here you have from here to the distance, here's the distance point, and turn it around, you find the point from which the painting is constructed. So basically, even if the point of view is not depicted, there is nowhere in the picture you can find the viewpoint from which Leonardo was painting, but still it's displayed. So if you find a diagonal, put it, etc., so we can find the point where Leonardo was standing when he was painting this picture. So this point is, again, is displaying the point of view. The point of view is not represented, but still is somehow present. And now coming to the trick. So here you have the A. So this is a standard view. So if you stay in a distance so that you see the room, this is how you would see it, how you would paint it. Now, if you move far away, so if we have now the possibility in the photographs to zoom in. So if you zoom out, you get this. If you zoom in, you get this. And this is what Leonardo did. What does it mean? That means that he painted the painting as it would appear from a point that is closer than the point from which we observe it. So this is the whole trick of and what Florensky understood that this is a mistake. It is not a mistake. It is just that the painting is somehow, the space is constructed from a viewpoint, but then enlarged, so as if it would be closer. So really, in a sense, Leonardo invented the zooming. So he zoomed the picture in, and this constructs this kind of spatial structure. So surely if you look, so what is it? The room appears much more narrow than it really is, and much smaller than it really is. So basically, really the zooming in creates the spatial effect that Panofsky was mentioning. So we see that the point of view is not depicted by the painting, but still you can clearly recognize where it was and how it plays an important role. Another aspect of the pictorial form are parallel lines. If you take, for instance, this is an annunciation from Lorenzetti, and I take this, here's the pavimento, and you take this line and this line, and I ask you, what are these lines? You have to say they are parallels. Even though you are looking on two lines that obviously converge and intersect, your answer has to be they are parallel. So the painting is depicting two intersecting lines, but it is displaying the parallels. You have to see in them the parallel lines. That is the trick. So basically you see that the painting has many aspects that is, in a sense, it is displaying without really being there. And the most funny thing is, of course, the pavimento itself. Again, Kadejavek in his book made here the diagonals of the tiles. I don't know whether it's obvious, but it's a curve. So it's a convex curve. And now, of course, in reality, it's a straight line, and the projection of a straight line has to be straight. Now, I don't want to criticize Lorenzetti. Of course, he's a great painter, etc. So this is not a mistake. It is just a feature of the problem that the way how to construct this pavimento was not resolved. It was resolved by Leon Battista Alberti. So if you look, it is some 100 years later, and it is his Constructia Legitima. Now, what is here interesting is actually here you have the vanishing point and all these parallels. You know that you have to see them as parallel even if they intersect. You put here the eye and construct. Okay, so now I ask you, these two tiles, how are they? You have to say they're identical. That means even though you are looking on diminishing tiles, you have to understand that in reality they are identical. That means that again, the painting displays you identity, even though they are not identical in appearance. So even though you are looking on diminishing rectangles, the identity relation appears is another aspect of the pictorial form. So how the painting depicts identical objects is, okay, again, not factual. So even though this is greater than this one, so they are not identical, you have to see them as if they were identical. So now we came to some list of properties. So the pictorial form contains the viewpoint, which is outside the painting, but still it is displayed, the horizon, the parallel lines that are depicted as converging, but in fact they are parallel, and the relation of identity. So they are not depicted, but they are displayed. Another aspect is the space itself. A painting is flat, so there is nothing spatial in the painting, but still the painting displays spatialities, so spatial depth. And so we have, my proposal is to take space, another aspect of the pictorial form. Now it is clear what I mean by the claim that Lobachevsky, Gauss, and Boya introduced a new pictorial form. That means that they changed the conventions by means of which we read pictures as displaying the horizon. So in Euclidean geometry, a horizon is a straight line. In non-Euclidean geometry, it's a quadric. It's a what is it? Kegelschnitt. So conic curve. Or if you take identity, I don't know, it's well known, Escher has a beautiful woodcut, the white and black and white angels. Now this is precisely representing the identity relation of a non-Euclidean plane. And also the parallels. So in non-Euclidean geometry, a straight line has two parallels, in Euclidean geometry, one parallel. So we see that basically what are Gauss, Lobachevsky, and Boya changing are the aspects of the pictorial form. And it is very natural because they cannot change things which are factual. So things that you have a triangle has three angles, you cannot change it. What you can change is conventions that are, in a sense, not factual, but only implicit. Because if you change them, you don't get into contradictions. But of course, it is not just these pictures, etc., and geometry, but if you take any measurement, so for instance, let's take thermometer. So the point of view corresponds to zero temperature. What is a zero temperature? It's a point in relation to which we determine the position of all other points. So just like a viewpoint is the point from which we construct the space, so the zero is again the referential point. Then the horizon, what is the horizon? Horizon corresponds to the boundary of the measurements. That means to the temperatures that are accessible to measurement. Because as Wittgenstein says, the boundary of the world depicted by the thermometer. Then we have the relation of identity. So what is it? If I would ask you to compare the difference between from 17 to 18 degrees and from 98 to 99 degrees, you know, I have water, in one jug there is 17 degrees, 18 degrees. So you see the difference. And then you see the difference from 98 to 99. I think this is the same situation as here. So comparing two changes of temperature as identical, you cannot do phenomenally. So you cannot base on your feeling, on your touch, on your perception. That is what an instrument does. So basically, every measuring device introduces a pictorial form into the universe of phenomena that it measures. So it introduces a referential point, a zero, it introduces a step, the one, and it has a horizon, etc. But not only measurement, I think that also if you take mechanics, so you have Eulerian mechanics, Lagrangian mechanics, and Hamiltonian mechanics. And again, I think that these three formulations of classical mechanics differ in the pictorial form. So, okay. Now, the idea is that the perspective is a pictorial form. So in 1927, Erwin Panofsky, who was mentioned twice today, published a very famous essay, Perspektive als symbolische Form. So perspective is a symbolic form. And my idea is to put the reverse perspective by Pavel Florensky, published in 1920, and the book Perspective from Kadeřávek, 1922, alongside Panofsky's essay, as parallel books trying to understand perspective. Now, why was it in the 1920s? I think that it is due to appearance of Cubism. Because Cézanne and the Cubists show that actually you can create space without perspective. So basically as perspective, because until then, all people believe that perspective is a correct way how to represent space. So there is nothing symbolic on perspective, it is factual. Everybody believes that is how really things are. So only this generation of people, because if you look on the dates of birth. So 1892 for Panofsky, 82 for Florensky, and 85 for Kadeřávek, were people who actually went through this Cubist discovery, this Cubist revolution, and realized that perspective is not something given, not something factual, it is something cultural, it is something introduced. And so Panofsky tried to reflect it as a symbolic form. And my aim is to put Ludwig Wittgenstein, because as a generation, he fits very well. So he was born 89, so 3 years before Panofsky. And his tractatus from 1921, which again fits very well, alongside the works of Florensky, Kadeřávek, and Panofsky, in a sense to create a theoretical framework for interpreting perspective. Now, I don't want to go into details, but I believe that Wittgenstein's notion of pictorial form is much better to understand the perspective than the idea of a pictorial form. Okay, but now because we are in Florence, so it's obligatory to have this painting, at least something from Florentine paintings here. So it's Tintoretto and Finding of the Body of St. Marcus. So it is a mannerism, and mannerism brings out a very strange decentralization of the viewpoint. So while if you go back and look at Leonardo's Last Supper or Lorenzetti's Annunciation or the pictures which I showed before, they're always, we are looking somehow, and the space is continuation of our space. Here, in a sense, the viewpoint is somehow somewhere here. So it's really the perspective is not eccentric. But this is 1562, some 20 or 30 years earlier, Dürer published a book, Unterweisung der Messung mit dem Zirkel und Rechtschaid. I think this is a beautiful picture where Dürer makes something like psychoanalysis. So he's analyzing what is he doing when he's painting. So from an external position, he's looking on himself as looking on the vase and making the painting. So in a sense, this is a split of perspectivist point of view, because, you know, one point of view is coming out and I am looking from outside. So the view of external spectators who is watching the internal spectators painting a vase. So in a sense, you have 2 points of view. One point of view is your point of view. You are looking on the painting. And what are you looking at? You are looking at somebody looking at a vase. So basically an internal and external point of view. But it is not just this, but 1522, 1533, Copernicus published his De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium, where he is doing the same thing, not with a painter, but with an astronomer. So imagine a guy sitting on the earth and observing the stars. The earth is rotating. So in a sense, Copernicus is imagining from an external position, somebody sitting on the earth and observing the stars. And he's saying that what is he seeing? He's seeing that the stars are rotating, but it is not a true motion. It is just an apparent motion because truly the stars are fixed. So the basic epistemological structure of Copernicus and of Dürer is the same, an external viewpoint on an internal observation. And I think that this is the basic invention of mannerism, this split of viewpoints. So being able to observe from outside the internal perspective. And so the second thesis is that there are many different pictorial forms. And here I deviate from Wittgenstein because Wittgenstein says that there is one form. I would say, no, there are many of them. Okay. And now what happened with geometry? So now we are coming to the main subject, how space became part of geometry, is that Gérard Desargues came with an idea that the painters don't understand the painting. That basically, when Dürer is analyzing what is going on in painting, he is taking a three-dimensional object and projecting it on a two-dimensional canvas or folio. But basically what we can do is to replace the original vase with its picture. If the picture is good enough, the painter doesn't recognize it. And he starts to paint a painting of a picture of a picture. And actually what is happening in the painting, what is happening here on the canvas is in both cases the same. So it is totally the same process if we are painting a vase and if we are painting a painting of a vase. We choose a point and make on the canvas a point of the same color. So basically, we can leave the reality out of the problem and just try to understand perspective as a connection between two paintings. Okay.
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. So because what actually Desargues did is he created the first mathematical tool for studying infinity. So if you look on two parallels, so we had a problem in perspective that actually you were looking on two intersecting lines, but you have to pretend that you are watching two parallels. Now all these pretenses ended. So because Desargues puts points into infinity, if you put points into infinity, so you can say, yes, these lines intersect. So you can somehow be honest. It's the first honest geometry in a sense. Then also again with the viewpoint. So the viewpoint is represented. It's the center of projection. So it is not part of the pictorial form. So the pictorial form of the previous time, so the Renaissance or the perspectival painting is now represented. So here is the center of projection, here is the horizon. Horizon becomes a straight line, center of projection becomes a point, etc. So Desargues incorporated the pictorial form into the language, and by means of this, he created space. So this is where space entered mathematics. So because space was usually in painting an aspect of the pictorial form. So it was not represented, it was not explicit, it couldn't be studied. It was just displayed. And here the space becomes part of the language. Okay, and this is the most interesting, funny thing. So if you take a parabola, the question is, what does a parabola do at infinity? You know that a parabola goes to infinity, but as a parent, you would like to do, what is she doing there? So is she behaving well? And Desargues, by this projection, if you project the parabola, so you see that the parabola just runs to infinity, touches the infinity remote line, and comes back. So in this way, Desargues created the first mathematical technical tool to really study what are curves doing in infinity. So it became a very important mathematical stuff. Okay, now let's come to non-Euclidean geometry. So there are interesting books like Mathematics in Early Abstract Art or the 4-dimension and non-Euclidean geometry in modern art, where the authors claim that Braque, Duchamp, Kandinsky, and Malevich explicitly declared that they are painting a non-Euclidean paintings or four-dimensional spaces. In my view, this connection of Cubism and early abstract art to non-Euclidean geometry, despite the explicit testimony of the painters, is misleading. So I would like to argue that the non-Euclidean geometry has really close internal connection. That means common pictorial form with Baroque painting. So in Baroque, people were doing something very similar. So let's see. This is a picture stemming from Lobachevsky's book from 1829 on foundations of geometry, where what he's doing, he's taking a Euclidean triangle A, B1, C1, and a non-Euclidean triangle A, B, C, and projecting them one on the other. This picture is very strange one. It's a crucial step. So in the history of geometry, this is a milestone. There starts the Euclidean geometry with this picture. But what is here happening? He is depicting straight lines by curves. So Kant would never accept it. So that is where they are breaking all the conventions which Kant consider as bounding. So straight is straight, period. So we cannot depict straight lines by curves. But Lobachevsky does it because if he wouldn't, then the two triangles would be identical. So he couldn't make his proofs and his theorem, derive his theorem in this way. But if you take Andrea Pozzo and his famous fresco apotheosis of St. Ignatius in Rome, 1694. So there is another very similar situation. That means when Pozzo was making his fresco, so he made a rectangular grid. So and on this rectangular grid, he somehow made or painted, not painted, but draw the figures, etc., what he wanted. Then he took a torch, so he took a source of light and projected it on the vault of the church. So in a sense, all these objects, all these columns, etc., everything here was first represented on a flat surface, so in a Euclidean normal surface, and then projected on the curved surface. So we have a similar situation as in Lobachevsky. A geometry of a curved surface is brought into relation with the geometry of a flat surface by means of projection. So in a sense, it's very close to epistemologically. And of course, if you look, Andrea Pozzo lived 1642 to 1709. And in Rome, in this time when he was in Rome, Girolamo Saccheri, he was the first man who discovered some theorems of non-Euclidean geometry, also lived in Rome, and they we can somehow know each other. So basically, the idea is that the technicality, so the pictorial form that is necessary, the complexity that is necessary in order to construct such a painting is of the same order of complexity like was used by Lobachevsky in constructing non-Euclidean geometry. By this, I don't want to diminish the greatness of people like Malevich, Kandinsky, Duchamp, or Branc, because I would like to say that they are connected to even more abstract aspects of geometry, namely Poincaré's algebraic topology. Because if Poincaré developed his algebraic topology, he made a similar thing that the Cubists did in painting. Mainly, he cut the space into simplexes. And then he constructed the space as a combination of these simplexes as a simplicial complex. And I think that the epistemic structure of this procedure in geometry is parallel to Cubism and not the non-Euclidean geometry as the artist state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your talk, which reminded me a little Gérard Simon, Archaeology of Vision. No, you haven't read it? No. You might be interested. Before taking questions, I would like to say I'm sorry because this room has a great acoustics, but wasn't made for the use of microphones, and I found it a little painful to hear from time, and we will try during the break to improve the situation. Do you have any questions? Yeah.
I'd like to know more about your idea of epistemic structures in connection to these leaps from one realm to the other.
Yes.
So if I look at, so just to start from perspective, which is your central case, it seems to me, but it's really a matter of thinking about that together. It seems to me that it points to the gap between perception and knowledge, so we can say. So we see triangles, we see lines converging, but we know that they are not. It is playing with what the eye sees and the mind sees, so to say. There are two eyes at stake. One is the episteme one, and the other one is the sensorial. When we move to non-Euclidean geometries, it seems to me that there is a different relation between the non-Euclidean geometry and the reality, so to say. So there is not this assumption that there is a non-Euclidean representation of something that is Euclidean. So it's a different sort of structure, it seems to me, but correct me.
Okay, no, I would prefer to speak about it not as a knowledge and perception, but that we have to organize the perception into a picture, into a representation. And so to do this, so the child has to learn how to use its eyes. So how to judge distances, etc. And so there are conventions in every representation. So I am putting the difference not between knowledge and perception, but perception and organizing of the perception into a coherent representation. And the point is that you can organize the perception in very different ways. And depending on the principles that you use, they give you the boundaries of your world. So what you can depict and what you cannot depict. So if you stick to the convention that a straight line has to be straight, then you don't have non-Euclidean geometry. You cannot represent all people who did non-Euclidean geometry used this strange rule that you are representing straight line by curves. There is nothing wrong in it. Just that Kant and many geometers wouldn't accept it because, you know, straight is straight, so why to do it? But if you allow that, okay, let's imagine that the straight is curved, then you can show or represent many more situations than in the ordinary way of, but the fact is that every representation is a construction. Every representation has its conventions which have to be learned. So nothing is given. I think this is the big lesson of Cézanne, that actually space is not factually given. Space must be constructed.
There was a second question from Maria Teresa Costa.
Yeah, thank you very much. You insisted about the fact that the viewpoint is not depicted by display. And I had to think about a contemporary artist, which is Giulio Paolini. Perhaps you know him. I don't know. I can show you the picture.
Okay.
Yeah. He's one of his oeuvres is called Giovane che guarda Lorenzo Lotto. No. Sì, Giovane che guarda Lorenzo Lotto, and this particular image is a reproduction of a portrait that Lorenzo Lotto made in 1505 and was called Ritratto di Giovane. So it is a kind of mise en abîme of the portrait itself. And I wanted to complicate things in a way, but I have to show you the picture perhaps.
Okay. The good, the mobile phones.
Could you take
okay. But poor.
So this is the picture,
yeah,
which is a reproduction of the original one. It is kind of a typical early Renaissance
yes.
portrait. But I mean, this complicates things because the title of the work, which is Young Men Looking at Lorenzo Lotto, that means that it speaks about the observer.
No, okay, I totally agree. That means the first autoportrait is the famous portrait of Dürer, where Dürer is depicting himself. So there his eye is the eye that is, you know, the spectator, and the eye is looked at. So there, of course, in self-portrait becomes the representation and the point of view put together. And also in mirrors, and there are many ways how to do it. No, I just wanted to, it is for a pictorial form of classical perspectival painting. So there, the point of view is usually absent. And of course, you can make autoportrait and you can then play with the viewpoints in many, many different ways. So surely this is one of the lines of development of paintings, to try to integrate the viewer, etc. And Las Meninas of Velázquez is a very famous painting for this playing with the viewpoint. So I don't want to say that the viewpoint forever remains, just that the first, I introduced the perspective as a first pictorial form, and then the development takes on and ends with cubism and abstract art, etc. And you can still discuss what's there. For instance, for Cézanne is destroying the optical viewpoint in order to bring in tactile images. So really, people are doing crazy things. So
is there a last question? Sure.
Thank you. Yes, just a very short remark. You mentioned Erwin Panofsky's perspective as symbolic form, but maybe a much more fruitful reference for what you demonstrated is Ernst Cassirer and Ernst Cassirer's text on mythic, aesthetic, and theoretical space of 1931. So it's exactly the same period. And what is very interesting in Ernst Cassirer's demonstration is that it draws on Felix Klein's theory of group transformation to apply it to the representation of space in culture in general. So he speaks of the plurality, pluralization of space out of geometry. So maybe it's because a lot of what you said.
Thank you very much. Surely, no, I agree that, and also Panofsky took the concept of symbolic form from Cassirer. So Cassirer is the originator of this approach. No, I just wanted to bring together some kind of texts in order to put Wittgenstein among them, because the idea was that actually beyond Tractatus is the perspective. So he is imagining the construction of the painting or the picture. The picture here of meaning is a perspectivist picture. So somehow implicit in Wittgenstein is this idea. That was all. So of course you are right that there are many other people to read.
Thank you very much. We'll have a 20-minute break and meet back at 4:20. Welcome back. We shall start soon if we don't want to get late. Our next speaker is Pietro Daniel Omodeo. He's a professor of philosophy of science at Foscari University of Venice, and his research focuses on science, philosophy, and literature in the early modernity, as well as on historical epistemology. Among his latest publications stands a book written with Gerardo Iena and Massimiliano Badino entitled Lineamenti de Epistemologia Storica, Correnti e Temi, published by the Max Planck Institute of Philosophy of Science. And today we are going to hear a talk on cultural politics of historical epistemology. Thanks a lot.
So thank you. Thank you to the organizers. First of all, it's really a pleasure to be here, and I think it's a great occasion to enter in contact with your network of historians of historical epistemology, or a group of scholars working on historical epistemology, and to present to you the work that we have been doing as a sort of parallel work group or network based partially in Venice, but also with a lot of further contacts in the direction of political epistemology. So with a specific stress on the societal and political goals of science. So in my talk, it's a bit generic, I will go a bit meta, so I won't bring really to your attention historical cases. We can do that by means of examples later in the discussion. I'd like to give you some general reflections on the sort of work we are doing. And I'll do that by pointing to some general assumptions that might be familiar to you, but I think it's important to remind us what historical epistemology means, or what it can mean, and what the tools are for our endeavor. And then I'll point to certain aspects based on three publication projects on three authors that we see as paradigmatic of historical epistemology. I'll tell you more soon. So this is the scheme of my talk. First, I'll say something about what we consider to be a triad, or the three main axes of historical epistemology: genesis, validity, and goals. The last one is less obvious, even though I think it's always part of historical epistemology. I will speak about culturalist historization, the project by Ludwig Fleck is particularly important for us. I will then get back to the old question of the social function of science to then move to the question about the action of science, the transformative and social actions that are enabled through science. So first of all, the issue of genesis, validity, and goals. Briefly, I think it's three important reference points for to think of historical epistemology going beyond the French tradition, even if it's a crucial one. Just to remind us the use of the expression in Le Cours, 1969, the idea to bring together l'érudition historique et la ratiocination philosophique. That's the way he describes the work by Bachelard, and by doing that, Le Cours creates a sort of legacy or lasting idea of historical epistemology as connected to the work of Bachelard, Le Cours himself, Canguilhem, Foucault, to mention the names that are most quoted in this respect. But I look at Reinberger's Historische Epistemologie, even if it's a very general introduction, as an important work in the attempt to break this monocultural tradition, pardon me for this expression, to look at different strands, different authors, different currents that might help to think together the philosophy of science in historical terms and the history of science in epistemological terms. Our inquiry as historians of science is always informed by assumption categories, interpretations. Our work as historians fuels a concrete understanding of philosophy, including at the level of the philosophy of science. What these authors particularly stress is the connection between what in German used to be called the traditional pair of Geltung und Genese, genesis and validity, the two neo-Kantian realms of inquiry of science as a cultural phenomenon. But even if we look at the French tradition, for instance, at Foucault, we see that constitutes an important legacy, especially in the fusioning of the two elements. They're not thought separately, but already drawing on the work of the neo-Kantian school of Marburg, and even more so on the work of Cassirer, one can see that the two aspects, the historical and the constructivist in terms of validity, can and should merge together. This is a quotation from Michel Foucault's review of Cassirer's work on the philosophy of the Enlightenment, which Foucault considers an important basis for his own Archéologie du Savoir, in which he explicitly makes explicit the Kantian legacy of Cassirer and points to that legacy as something he also draws on. Nous sommes tous neo-Kantiens. He comes to make this strong claim. The importance of this claim to me is to look at the genesis and validity as two entangled issues. So history and philosophy of science belong by necessity together, or they belong together in historical epistemological perspective. So what about the goals of science? A few years ago, I started dealing with, especially with the ideological dimension of discourses on science. So I tried to see the politics of the theory of knowledge in general. And in this book, Political Epistemology, I looked at what I call the problem of ideology. So the goals that are implicit in discourses on science, so the meta level, but the meta level is thought in terms of having an action, a function. So something has changed within in the last few years in my perspective. I think the perspective of ideology, which is very important, looks at the consensus making of science as co-opted in the construction of societal consensus. So having a function at the level of ideas has to be integrated with an understanding of science as a tools of transformation, action in the material sense. So material culture is not only about ideas, about acceptance or being co-opted in the ideal sense, but also about actions that we operate through scientific knowledge at two levels at least. One is what I would call metabolism, so the interrelation between societies and the environment, and the other one is societal organization. Of course, they belong together. Science operationalized as a means of world transformation, that's the Anthropocene predicament, if you like, and organization of society, which is not too distant from that. Then I'd like to introduce this distinction in the reflection on science and its goals between functions and actions. Functions looks more mechanically, if you like, at the uses of science within our societal settings. Actions is to think more in terms of actions, purposes, intentions. So it's the more open horizon of political agency. So several authors that we've been working on and that I will rely on here have been considered as relevant. The first one for me is Ludwig Fleck. I think he is a very important starting point for historical epistemology, especially for his call to an inquiry of the scientific phenomenon that is concrete, comparative, historical, cultural. And he did so by taking position against what I would call here the fetishism of abstraction. So in this work, Entstehung und Entwicklung einer wissenschaftlichen Tatsache, published in 1935, a complex history of reception that I'm not going to discuss here, is an important book that deals with a typical problem of the Erkenntnis theory. You see the Casserian, New Kantian problematic in the background, conceived in entwicklungsgeschichtlicher Perspektive. That is, he looks at knowledge theory as a historical phenomenon that has to be opposed to what he calls the epistemologia imaginabilis. And the epistemologia imaginabilis refers to all those constructions about knowledge, all those knowledge theories that make an idealization of science and then reflect on the idealization. He had especially in mind a criticism of the debates that were taking place in Wien and in part in Berlin, the neo-positivistic strands. And he makes also use, without biologism, of his background as a biologist, by claiming that all realms that are developmental needs to be dealt starting from the genesis. So like in anatomy, we start from embryology. In the theory of knowledge, we have to achieve a historical and comparative investigation. I think this is the teaching that we get from Fleck, the proponent of what I would call an impure epistemology. The impurity of this epistemology rests in the cultural mediation. So there is never a subject-object relation, be it theoretical or praxeological, that is not mediated. Apropos the intuition we were discussing earlier, even intuition is always mediated. And that's the styles of thought, which we can also call mentalities, keeping in mind the fact that Fleck had in the back of his mind the French ethnology, among other strands. For instance, Lévi-Brul's works on les fonctions mentales dans les sociétés inférieures, la mentalité primitive. That's sources that he quotes, and the idea of mentality is very much in the background of Fleck's discussion about the styles of thought as he develops in his work as the mediating element between the knowing subject and the known object. So we are here in the realm of historicity. That's the perspective of historical epistemology, which in many ways in Fleck and in other authors that I'd like to mention is points against certain forms, at least, of neo-positivism of those days. Take, for instance, this manuscript. It is a typewritten proof. This Russian text here is a typewritten proof of a book that Boris Gessen, the Russian externalist historian of science, was preparing for his students in physics. That starts with a foreword in which Hessen, just like Fleck and other historicizing thinkers of science, criticizes philosophies of science that make without the historical dimension. Among these, Reichenbach is the thinker that is explicitly addressed. This is the quotation at the beginning of this introduction. Boris Gessen, in this unpublished handbook on the history of physics, reports Reichenbach's comment to him at the 6th Congress of German Physicists in Königsberg. That's Reichenbach's words, at least according to Hessen. Reichenbach says, "For you, the history of science is the key to knowledge about its real condition." Think of what I was saying already earlier. For us, this is merely Sonntagslektüre in German, including in the Russian original. It cannot provide us with any real knowledge about today's situation of science. So we have two models of addressing science. And the abstract one by Reichenbach is the one criticized by Fleck in terms of an epistemologia imaginabilis. So there is a politics of knowledge theory in the background. I point here to Jürgen Habermas as an ally to think of the political dimension of knowledge theory, not necessarily to develop a positive, that is a concrete proposal of an alternative theory. In his famous work of 1968, which might be seen as an important year also in the intellectual and political trajectory of Habermas, he publishes this famous book about knowledge and interest, which he raises a crucial question of the 60s, the relation between science and the political settings, including the knowledge theory. So in this book, I think the most interesting part is not the criticism of knowledge or science itself, because it's actually not really the object of the book, but it's more to point to the problem of knowledge theory as such. It's a bit limited because he always thinks in terms of positivism. So philosophy of science is positivism for Habermas. But all that said, there is this important point he proposes to understand and disentangle the political dimension of knowledge theory by bringing it back or making the connection with the theory of knowledge of society, the Gesellschaftstheory. So this is the idea that points to the problem of the function of knowledge theory, not only of science, that I was mentioning before. So the social function of science, an old phrase, we can bring it back to John Bernal to mention an important sociologist who started the discussion. We are working, apart from being engaged as a group, in a new Italian translation of Fleck. So this is why I'm praising so much Fleck as an important starting point for continuing the discussion on historical epistemology in the Italian context too. We are working on the manuscript by the Soviet delegate Hessen, the manuscript on his handbook on the history of physics. His legacy, of course, has to be traced back to 1931. This is an image of the Soviet delegation at the Second International Congress on the History of Science and Technology. Very important, the history of science, because it started the externalist strand that lasted at least up to the 80s. And here you see a group of people that were basically eliminated a few years after, during the Stalinist purges. Hessen is the one at the extreme left margin of the screen. So we can see the question about the function of science is partially the legacy of this group of people. What we can gain from this handbook that we are partially translating and publishing these days is that it opens up a broader perspective than the socioeconomic roots of Newton's mechanics. That's what we know from his talk in 1931. Is a way larger book, 500 pages of ontological choices. It opens up the discipline and the reflection of Hessen by pointing at different contexts. It's not just Newton, it's early modern science in general. Physics is very much at the center, mechanics is very much at the center, but we have a much larger context to reflect on. We have Galilei, we have Da Vinci, we have hydraulics, we have D'Alembert, we have authors that predate Newton and come after him. So England is not anymore the specific and only context to understand early modern science, the scientific revolution, and the relation between societal developments, say capitalism and modern science. He looks at Italy, he looks at France, Germany, etc. So it's a much larger picture that we have here. And the relevance of the ideology structures is to be found in the last part of the ontology, in which philosophical debates are taken into serious account. Say the controversy between Clarke and Leibniz, debates about the foundations of natural philosophy and institutional politics. So Hessen also looks at the foundation of academies, the Accademia del Cimento, the Royal Academy in France, and the Royal Society. So you see that it's a full-fledged program that we can appreciate by looking at this work. What use can still be done of Hessen? I think if we can read his work in a less reductive manner. We should not do that. So getting back to economicist interpretations of Hessen, keeping in mind the big question about the function, and attempting at an integrated inquiry into the two dimensions of science by reading differently the philosophical background that Hessen himself embraced. So science is, of course, connected with technology, economy, what I would call the political economy of knowledge, but it's also strictly connected with the other realm, the realm of ideas, of institutions, of art, religion, philosophy, that Hessen especially discusses in terms of the philosophy of the past. So science as being also about larger conceptions. So if we bring together the two realms, think of them in an entwined manner, in a developmental, historical one, then we get still important tools to work with for historical epistemology. So in the last book, I'd like to present another publication project, more on the social action of science, the problems of hegemony and emancipation, as discussed in a book that I'm not sure whether is well known abroad. It's a sort of controversial classic of the Italian 60s. It's called The Bee and the Architect. It was published by a group of people, of physicists from Rome, Ciccotti, Cini, De Maria, Iona Lassigno, a group of physicists who were activists, were reflecting on the political and social responsibilities of the community of the scientists, and started reflecting on the entanglements of science and interests. You see the Habermasian topic, but in a more engaged manner towards the reform of scientific politics. The book brought together programmatically paradigmi scientifici, that is the Kuhnian legacy, the idea of paradigms as the framework of historically changing scientific understandings of reality, and historical materialism. So Kuhn became, in this context, as a tool for a social criticism of science in its societal, economical, political entanglements. We are translating this into English. We already have a working translation. I hope we'll get it out by the end of this year. My first quotation here is about the non-neutrality of science. So I showed it in Italian. Here you are, the English translation. This is a passage from this book. Science is not neutral. This was the commitment by these scholars, but rather has ideological overtones. We might discuss the meaning of ideology in this Italian Gramscian context of 68, not only for its social implications, but also for its more specifically technical contents and concepts. So they were trying to break the divide between the external and internal of the sciences, to look how societal relations enter the production of science, the agendas and the concepts that are used in science. Especially, they criticized the claims about universalism. They said science is always partial, it's always an abstraction, that it's linked to specific choices, and the specificity of these choices is what we have to discuss about in the radical democratic perspective. So the awareness of the historicity and the political embedment of science was considered important. Here you are, the second edition, 2011, with additional comments, for instance, by the Nobel Prize Parisi, before he became Nobel Prize of Physics, and other physicists that are connected to the 68 movement that led to the publication of this work. I continue the quotation which I showed you before. Scientific theories, they claim, present themselves as neutral. This formulation that we know today from feminist criticism, for instance, we were discussing standpoint theories earlier. We have here a different political context in which the positioning of science is considered to be crucial. Science offers adequate rules to transform reality. You see the word transforming element, not just ideological in the mental sense, but these rules are partial cases. It is impossible to define within what purpose this takes place without a whole reconstruction of the meaning of science. Otherwise, if we don't reflect, and I speak as scientists involved in scientific research, if we don't reflect as a collectivity on the goals of science, the research programs will dominate the activity of the scientists and even societal decisions by just being displaced and not shared. I'd like to point to a specific article. It's by one of this group, Marcello Cini. It's called The Satellite of the Moon. It was published in '69 as a criticism of the general enthusiasm for the Apollo mission to the moon, in which Cini pointed to the military reasoning or the military goals that were in the background of the huge expenses in spatial research and the sending of humans in the space and on the moon. The interesting part is not just the criticism of the NASA programs, but also of Soviet programs in the space race. And by looking at the case of Sputnik as a parallel case in Soviet Union, Cini made an important remark about the difference between technological advancement and societal advancement. The two things don't belong together, but rather a technological advancement without societal emancipation risks to strengthen power relations that are embedded in the scientific programs themselves. And the case of Sputnik was taken as paradigmatic. So Cini said, 56, Hungarian crisis, the invasion by the Soviets of Hungary, create a large discontent among the left movements all over the West and all over the world, possibly. 57, Sputnik create a sort of new consensus, or made a sort of artificial consensus based on a dangerous criterion, that's their words, that a productive result, that is a technological result, can compensate for a political crisis. So this is denounced as a problem that needs to be reflected by scientists and by those who are engaged in the reflection on science. So to point to current debates, I think the tools that I just displayed are very useful to look at the two dimensions of ideological uses and world transformative meanings or potentials or actions of science. The Anthropocene debate is one of the ones that we've been witnessing in recent years. I just point to 3 books that appeared that point to different dimensions of the debate. So the Anthropocene is the man-made geological epoch that is marked by the massive technological transformation of the world system we live in. Very soon, the debate started, a huge debate started about terminology. For instance, the question of Capitalocene by Moore points to the ideological use of certain terms, whereas Haraway pointed to narratives, which is to me a way of pointing to ideological dimensions of discourses that are linked to science. And Rend's book on the evolution of knowledge points rather to the relevance, the material relevance of the history of science. So being here as a representative of the history of science, I think it's an important element to think. The science is not only about historiography. The political problem of science is not about the history of science or the history of the theories of science, but if we assume that the technological transformation of the world we live in is science-led, then the history of science becomes a history of world transformation, and by that way, we make a step from political epistemology, if you like, to a political ontology, in which we don't think only of discourses as separated from the materiality, if it has ever been done, but we have to think of the materiality as a crucial aspect of it. So many calls for a new paradigm. Just propose you a quotation by Nancy Fraser that I particularly like, "The climates of capital." She rightly points to the necessity of thinking together human history and natural history. That's one of the challenges we face today in historical epistemology. And the main problem, she says, is a political one, to construct counter-hegemonies, so construct new discourses beyond the cacophony of opinion. We have to link the authoritative findings of climate scientists, in this case, she says, with the equally authoritative account of the socio-historical drivers of climate science. So we need the natural sciences and the human sciences to cooperate. The paradigm is not given. So we have really to rethink, including in epistemological terms, how this can be achieved. So if I have some word for the conclusions, drawing on this, I could present you many quotations about the necessity of linking the two realms, natural science and humanities. This is a quotation from a paper by Malm and Hornburg, written in 2014. It's on the new concept of the Anthropocene as a geology of mankind, in which the point is raised that the interfusion of the human and the societal actually calls for more engagement with the social and the cultural element. I put this here up front because I think this is still the very open question: how to make use of social and historical disciplines without reducing them and naturalizing them. So how can their methodologies and their perspectives be make a fruitful contribution to the challenges we are facing today? So to summarize, I think we all share this commitment to historical epistemology as a way of revising abstract conceptions. FLEC is a tool to start thinking, so to go back to a classical author and think of the comparative and the cultural perspective of science. As for the problem of the political, the problem of the goals and functions of science, let me stress again that it's two-sided. There is the problem of consensus and cultural hegemony achieved by means of scientific knowledge, but there is also the very important element of science as a force of environmental transformation. And I pointed to authors and currents that are useful tools for the group I'm working with to activate this line of thought. So cultural politics of historical epistemology, my topic. I conclude with a sort of question to all of us. So what is how are we going to embody historical epistemology, historical epistemological activity as a form possibly of cultural politics? So what is the contribution of our discipline to the ongoing debates in our scientific culture? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting talk, which reminded me that Dominique Lecourt wanted epistemology historic to sound like materialism historic, something we tend to forget, and it was very striking in your approach to this expression. So are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. And I would like to ask something more about Chini. So, because I'm half Hungarian, and so the 56 was a really also personal crisis. And I was not born yet, but for a family. But I never understood, as living in a socialist bloc, why is the flight of the Sputnik celebrated? And you know, it was always in the newspapers and everybody was speaking. And Chini is the first one who was able to explain it, you know, overshadow the Hungarian events. So I found it interesting that reading the Hungarian, you know, reflections and everything, nobody was able to point to this strange thing because it's irrational. So it's irrational until now. Gagarin and all this Soviet is very much celebrated in the former East Bloc, even though we have no relation to Soviet Union anymore. So is there something from Chini in English, or is it just an Italian phenomenon?
Yes, this paper not, you can read his and his group's paper on science in advanced capitalist consumerist context, which was published by Rose and Rose in this collection of contributions about the ideology of science in the 70s. And the book we're almost finished with the translation. So I hope that by this year it will be also available in English. The point for these thinkers is clear. They are trying to politicize the scientific arena as scientists working in the sciences. They see their activities embedded in programs, and these programs are not discussed in a democratic sense. They're just taken for granted. So they found themselves under very strong criticism in Italy from all angles. It was a sort of early science wars in which it was rather the reverse. It was the physicists being criticized by philosophers for relativizing the objectivity of their science, which is not the case, but it was the terms in which it was phrased. And they were pointing, I think, to the very important issue that technological advance, if it's not embedded in emancipation projects, it can turn even in the opposite, so in strengthening dependencies. And the Sputnik, so Chini starts from a poll and then points to Sputnik at the same case. I could tell you more. He was a very interesting personality. He was also part of the Russell International Tribunal for Human Rights. In this context, he was sent to Vietnam to see the consequences of the Vietnam War. And so he collected a lot of experiences around the world about uses of science, including military uses.
First, I just want to say how terrific I found all the papers, including this one this morning. They're great. And I thought the real attention to the fabric of practice and diagramming and illustration and from perspective and Wheeler's images, the bio art images and setting them in their scientific context. I think I found all of them really riveting. My question was this, when years ago, Lauren Graham wrote an article on the socio-political origins of Boris Hessen, and the argument that he made, if I recall it correctly, was that by focusing on the socio-political origins of classical physics, of Newtonian and early modern science, he was able to demonstrate that something could have non-socialist origins and still be widely accepted as indeed the very barometer of truth, as Newton's theory were taken to be. And in this way, to defend Einstein, whose results had been, whose theories had been, at first accepted and then quite rejected by important sectors of Soviet physics, or ideological sectors of Soviet science. And he thought that he could make the case that if Newton could have non-socialist origins and be true, then unsaid but implied was that then Einstein, emerging out of bourgeois society, could also have consequences that could be true. And that was ultimately the essay and surrounding material that Hessen had produced needs to be understood in the Soviet context of Boris Hessen, where he sat in the physics community and so on. I just wondered what you thought of that.
I think Graham's interpretation is correct. So specifically on Newton, I would say Hessen on the one side cherishes Newtonian physics, so celebrates it. On the other hand, detects certain limitations, and he thinks that the limitations are ideological and political. I mean, I'm simplifying, but so he has this two-sided interpretation of Newton, which can be extended to all the others, Galilei, Castelli, etc., up to Laplace and Kant. So Einstein is a very important reference for him. He studied in Edinburgh. He was a promoter of scientific knowledge and physics in Soviet Union. Many papers of his have not been translated yet. They start being studied, especially the scientific ones or the encyclopedia entries on, I don't remember, I think on thermodynamics or on, anyway, as it means to disseminate a specific and advanced physical culture. So that was part of his action. Another aspect that I think that emerges also clearly from this manuscript, let's call it manuscript, even if it's typewritten, is his commitment to a non-dogmatic orthodox form of culture, which is sometimes between the lines. So for instance, it points to the trials against Cartesianism in France in the late 17th century. So, and he points out how dangerous and it is to condemn a philosophical, that is a scientific view for political reasons. So there you can read, you can translate and think, okay, he is here referring about ideological or dogmatic forms of repression. And Einstein is also one of the authors of the ontology. It's a brief essay in which Einstein reconstructed the history of physics, looking back, I don't remember, but I think at 18th century physics, or even earlier back to Newton. So Einstein is one of the authors of the ontology himself.
Thank you very much. We can continue this discussion during the short 15-minute breaks before the... No break? Because it was written at 5:20, the last talk, but we... No?
Only the technical section.
Yes, we only have a few minutes to set the...
Okay, so a short 5-minute break, stay in the area. Thank you again for your talk. We are very pleased to hear Peter Galison, who is the Pellegrino University Professor of the History of Science and Physics at Harvard University. You all know him because he played a major role in what we may call the renewal of historical epistemology since the late 80s, with major publications such as How Experiment Ends, Image and Logic, Objectivity with Lauren Deston. And you may also know him as a film director and producer more recently, especially with The Edge of All We Know on Black Holes in 2020. And we are very pleased to hear him today talking about waste wilderness on nuclear lands.
So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and to hear these great talks. Today, I'd like to speak about the way land is transformed by nuclear waste. And I'm going to, let's see, can I? It's causing, will it still play now? Okay. No, I'm wondering about the sound. Anyway, I still hear it from, I'm going to stand away from the computer.
There's no volume. Maybe it was that one.
Can we take that control off? Okay. Okay, so we typically think about many of the categories and therefore boundaries that we're concerned with about land as being on a spectrum from wastelands, the most destroyed lands, to wilderness, the most pure and untrammeled lands. What I want to discuss today as a first set of categories is how, in many respects, and I want to look very specifically at the mechanisms by which this happens, wastelands and wilderness have come to connect with one another in ways that have lasting practical consequences for the way we handle both lands of radioactive contamination and wilderness areas. So instead of a spectrum, we see a circle coming back on itself. Nuclear waste was typically dumped in many countries of the world in the oceans, into pits in very simple ways, in 55-gallon drums, for instance, dumped on the side of the roads, put into the deserts, and simply plowed under. This is one of the sites in Germany, but there are many sites all over the world, in the United States, of course, in the Soviet Union, in Europe, many other countries. Nuclear waste was considered something which you could simply put out of sight and out of mind. One of the sources for this vast amount of nuclear waste was the nuclear power industry, where the rods, after they've finished being used to make heat through nuclear fission, to boil water, make steam, run turbines, generate electricity, these rods would be taken out of the reactor, and then they had to be put into cooling pools. And when they were cool enough to take out of those pools, they're a source of extremely radioactive waste. And so those needed to be disposed of. If you made a landscape of waste that distorted countries by the amount of nuclear waste that they had, you would see a world that looked something like this. Of course, the United States and China and many other countries occupy disproportionate amounts of the global volume of nuclear waste. And so, but there's another source of nuclear waste, which was extremely important, and that is the fabrication of nuclear weapons. The United States and the Soviet Union generated some 80,000 nuclear weapons over the course of the Cold War, and the waste that was made producing that had to be disposed of. Some years ago, there was an attempt to deal with this nuclear waste from nuclear weapons in the United States. And so Congress told the Environmental Protection Agency that they should regulate the waste as part of the establishment of a nuclear waste site for nuclear weapons disposal in New Mexico, and that they had to have a plan in operation before they'd allow this plant to be opened. So the Environmental Protection Agency did what it always does. It said, well, how long is this waste going to be dangerous? The same way they would evaluate chemicals or pesticides or any of the other things that they regulate. And they said, well, how long is plutonium-239 radioactive? Well, plutonium-239 has a half-life of 24,600 years. And so they said, okay, so we probably can't imagine regulating for 24,000 years. We'll take 10,000 years as the statutory period because that's twice human recorded history. And so that seemed like a good benchmark. So they offered this, there's a law on the books that says that to open the plant in New Mexico, there would have to be a plan in place for how to anticipate the dangers of people inadvertently intruding into the waste and then how to stop it. When Yucca Mountain, another site of nuclear waste, was being considered near the Nevada nuclear testing area, they said, the local people that lived around there said, look, this 10,000 years doesn't correspond to physics at all, that in fact the total dosage continues to rise from the waste because as long 24,000 years may be the half-life of plutonium, but plutonium then decays into uranium-235, among other products, and that has a much longer half-life. So the accumulated waste turns out to have something like a scale of 1 million years. Well, 1 million years ago, just to fix ideas, we weren't human. And so 1 million years is evolutionary time. And so trying to imagine that became an even harder problem. The United States weapons complex extended over the full range of the country. In fact, Niels Bohr, when he first heard about the weapons project, said, you'll have to turn the entire United States into a weapons factory. And in fact, something like that happened when he eventually came to the United States during World War II. He said, this is what I said you were going to do, and you've done it. There's Rocky Flats and Idaho National Laboratory. There are places where the uranium is mined and disposed of, and rods are taken out and melted with acid, precipitated into the plutonium that's going to be used in nuclear weapons. And so you had to drain essentially this continent-wide distribution of nuclear waste just for the weapons part, not the power part, and bury it in New Mexico in the southeast corner of the state near Carlsbad. So about half a mile underground, they dug out a salt bed, which had been produced over several hundred million years. It's an old ocean floor, and it had accumulated a thick layer of salt, and they dug it out, looks like this now. And these caverns were mined to produce a space where the nuclear waste could be put. So a public law was set into place, amended in 1996, that removed a 4-by-4 square of land. It's called a law of withdrawal, and it's used to forbid all forms of entry, appropriation, and disposal to be surrounded by a land withdrawal boundary. There had to be active and passive measures. There had to be archives, markers put in place so that people wouldn't blunder into it in some way. They couldn't stop a determined future descendant, 400 generations in the future, from digging in to get the waste if they wanted to, but they didn't want people digging into it accidentally. Now, to think about this, they called up a group of people who had emerged as futurists. This was a group that began to be established in its modern form while World War II was being pursued. General Hap Arnold wrote to Theodore von Karman in November 1944 and said, divorce yourself from the present war in order to investigate all possibilities and desirabilities for post-war and future wars development. So planning began for World War III before World War II was concluded. By 1947, this sub-branch of the Air Force began to think about world-circling aircraft that could carry weapons, And they began to imagine scenarios of the future. That Air Force branch became the Rand Corporation. And there, people like Herman Kahn, over the course of the Cold War, began to take models of narratives, of sort of extended, almost parodic, fictionalized version, extensions of present concern into the future. These were some of the scenarios, as they called them, that Kahn imagined. Armageddon, the final battle between good and evil, presaging the end of the world. Camlan, King Arthur's final battle with Mordred, a legendary inquiry into the accidental start of a major conflict like World War I. The European Peace Treaty from 1871 to 1914, that the balance of power could fall in a hugely unlikely way. And there are many, many others. And so making scenarios, these sort of fictional glimpses of the future, you'd take some current trend and you'd extend it asymptotically and say, what if that continued? I'll give you some examples. One of the futurists was Ted Gordon, who worked at NASA. He was part of the Saturn V engineering team. He turned to planetary exploration. And at NASA, he took on the role of thinking about these future scenarios about what if space program developed in this way or that way. And he and others began to gather a team of anthropologists, archaeologists, astronomers, futurists, linguists, material scientists, physicists, semioticians. And they said, what kind of scenarios could we imagine 10,000 years from now where people would intrude into the waste and get themselves into a world of hurt and trouble? And then once you knew what the dangers were, the idea was you would design markers that would last and this 10,000 years and would turn people away from digging or intruding into the site. There are many of these scenarios. A couple of examples are, what if tunnel technology was in the 1980s was coming of age and being much more efficient. And they said, what if there was a Houston to LA underground train and these automatic diggers went through the Carlsbad site on the way, roughly straight line would do that, and dug up the waste? What if there was climate change? What if there were robotic mole miners that lost their control and went into the site? What if there were treasure hunters who saw the monuments as attempts to deceive? And that just the way people had tried to dissuade people from going into the Egyptian tombs. And when the archaeologists of the 19th century saw these attempts to dissuade them from digging, they said, oh, there's treasure there, we'll dig, just where they said not to dig. What if there were space warriors returning from outer space? It turns out New Mexico in this area is it's salt flat. It's very good for space. There are space launching programs there, and it's not totally implausible to think that you might do that, and they disrupted it. I'm going to show you an excerpt. This is a couple of excerpts from a film that Rob Moss and I made from 2008 to 2015. About the attempt of containment in the West.
Congress specified they cannot build the waste isolation pilot plant until a plausible marking system was established that for 10,000 years would warn of the danger at the site.
You have been nominated to participate in a study of civilization's future. Digging or drilling into the site could bring radioactivity to the surface. You will identify what kinds of markers should be placed at the waste site to deter humans from accidentally entering.
It's a leap to imagine walking, talking, living people 500, 5,000, 10,000 years from now. But the future will come. We can't stop there being a 10,000 years from now. that stuff will still be there and will still be dangerous.
All right, now here we are in 1990. Call comes in and asks if I would like to participate in a 10,000 year forecast. 10,000 year forecast. I said, you've got to be kidding. And the assignment was to produce some stories for us, scenarios that will depict the next 10,000 years. Stories about what society might be, to help the people who construct the warning markers to understand the different kinds of penetrations that might exist in the future.
What if there was an underground train from Houston to Los Angeles and the tunneling went right through the website?
We needed what we called a spherical marking system. The markers were not just on the surface, but should be visible however you saw the site. From above, from aircraft or satellites, or from below, whether an underground tunnel or autonomous machines drilling deep beneath the earth.
What if robots get a virus and they no longer obey their rules? What if people looted the area just the way the pyramids have been ransacked?
Trying to do scenarios that ended with intrusion, so that intrusion, in fact, could be avoided.
The Voyager plaque and plans to mark some of the people that had worked on designing the plaque and the messages that would be included on the golden record worked on this marking site. So there's a way in which the nuclear domain just busted into every other area. It was the landscape that was infinite, that is to say, across states and countries. It was an international issue. It brought in time to the future, to the deep future. They invoked the past and tried to understand what was understood of Native American Indian mounds, the pyramids, the Acropolis, Stonehenge, what worked and what didn't work to communicate to the future, to us, what had happened in the past. There were arguments about whether, among this team, about whether there were universal human characteristics that could be appealed to, or whether the human culture was so site and time specific that no attempt to communicate based on us now would translate into other cultures, other times, other places. So one side said, there are universal signs, we can exploit those to make a kind of artwork that would communicate where words would fail and languages would fail. The other side said, no, speak to them and they'll crack the code the way we cracked the code of the Rosetta Stone. They did look at art. They were looking at things like the Smithson Spiral Jetty and many other earthwork art pieces that were coming up around the 1970s and 1980s. And they began to design a series of massive earthworks This one was called Menacing Earthworks. It was one of the leading contenders for a monument for quite some time. There was Spike Field that was supposed to convey something dangerous, sharp, and to be avoided even without words. There was another one called Spikes Bursting Through Grid, which was supposed to show that we had the kind of rationality of Cartesian division of space, and yet there was something disruptive and dangerous lying beneath and lurking as a danger for us. There was another one, of course, I love it because it's called Black Hole, but it was painting, putting dark stones that would become so heated in the desert sun that nobody would want to be there. It's somewhat undermined by having the two demonstration people walking on it for scale. There was another one that imitated a kind of a city, but was so crowded and unpassable that nobody would want to inhabit it. These giant stones, they had to be made worthless so that people wouldn't cart them away as people had carted away some of the monoliths at Stonehenge. And then there were those that sort of took the opposite perspective, like this one that said explicitly, danger, radioactive waste buried here, do not dig or drill before AD 12,000. So this was more of the school, like the one that said, bury samples of nuclear waste in small containers that people would discover, and they'd say, oh, this is why they don't want us digging here. There really is nuclear waste. They buried thousands of ceramic tiles. There were all sorts of plans, the radar reflectors. They speculated about the rise and fall of civilizations. There were many different attempts to understand where the danger was. One thought was the biggest danger is between being able to dig deeply to extract oil from the ground, for example, but not yet at the point of understanding radioactivity. So if societies went up and down in waves, decaying and building up, it was that zone of some technical competence, but not enough to know the danger. None of these scenarios prevented the February 14th, 2014 accident where one of the containers that someone had transcribed in a meeting, use inorganic kitty litter to absorb liquid waste so it wouldn't be in contact with the salt. And they'd written down an organic kitty litter. So they bought huge amounts of sweet scoop kitty litter, which was made with wheat instead of clay, and the wheat mixed with the radioactive salts to make a patented explosive, and one detonated, contaminating some workers and spreading outside the site. So in the midst of this film and thinking about working on this, Fukushima happened, the triple disaster at Fukushima, and there the Japanese had for centuries tried to mark the high water mark of tsunamis. So this is a little bit about the monument at Aniyoshi.
過去、三陸沿岸部というのは、地震また津波によって大きな被害を受けました。で、この被害を将来の皆さんにきちんと残したいということで石碑が建てられ、そこにメッセージが加えられています。これから読むのが姉吉での碑文です。高き住居は自尊の和楽。思い絵参加の大津波。ここより下に家を建てるな。特に現在の、我々日本人というのはその石碑のメッセージの重要性とかそれが将来に来るということをあまり気にしないですね。これはただ単に昔のことであって将来我々に、本当に起こると。
Us, he said, And in Japan, you see these monuments. Many have been plowed under to make roads. People have built at lower altitudes than where the monuments are. Some of them have been washed away by subsequent, even bigger tsunamis. And some of them are just ignored, even though they're there. And essentially, they say the same thing as the monument that the waste isolation pilot plant, the WIP plant, was going to say, which is basically, danger, do not dig below this point. And some of them were made 600-700 years ago in Japan, and they were trying to speak to the future. And we are examples of how many ways there are to not pay attention to those monuments. Now, another form of connection between wastelands and wilderness comes on the one side, you have wastelands becoming wilderness, and the other side, wilderness becoming wastelands. And I want to talk a little bit about this traffic between the two categories of land. The Wilderness Act was passed in 1964 in the United States, and a wilderness is defined as a place where, I quote, man and his own works dominate the landscape, and they are recognized as an area where the earth and its community of life are untrammeled by man, where man himself is a visitor who does not remain. An area of wilderness is further defined to mean undeveloped federal land retaining its primeval character and influence without permanent improvements, protected and managed so as to preserve its natural conditions. Now, every clause of this has been battled over for the last 60 years. If it says, some of the act talks about having roadless areas, so the logging companies go in and they put roads in just to destroy the possibility of them being classified as wilderness areas because they're no longer primeval. But the wastelands can also become nature parks for all sorts of reasons. While the industrial core of this one site, the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, was contaminated, deer, prairie dogs, coyotes, and many species of hawks, owls, and other birds thrived in the abandoned fields, grasslands, and woodlots that had been protected from 40 years of urban sprawl and development. So one feature is that without humans, the amount of biodiversity increases a lot. And partly this is driven by a desire to protect people from those areas, partly to not have to manage the disposal of the waste that's there to mitigate it, partly because the grasses stabilize the radioactive soil and so on. There are many reasons, from in some sense idealistic post hoc to economic and political. This is the Savannah River ecological site. The Savannah River produced about a third of the US plutonium stock, and they no longer make plutonium there, but it has become an ecological site. You see sort of Bambi and alligators and little children learning about nature. I'll show you a clip about what that's like. But this is an example of which there are many where nuclear sites have become, nuclear wastelands have become sites that are candidates for nature parks, ecological reserves, and indeed classified sometimes as wilderness. In Japan, in Fukushima Prefecture, there's an enormous proliferation of Japanese wild boar, and these boar had been in some kind of equilibrium with the farmers that lived there. There are rice fields and fishing towns around there that have been large, many of which have been abandoned or partially abandoned after the 3/11 triple disaster. And the boars now, there are hunters that are paid to kill them. The hunters are unhappy about killing them, but they can't eat them, so they're just disposed of, they're burnt in incinerators. And there's a lot of disquiet in this whole relationship between the boars and people. The farmers there have vegetables coming up, but they can't eat the vegetables, but the boar can eat the vegetables. So there's a lot of disturbance in the relationship between humans, plants, and animals. Gray wolves and other predators have prospered in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. But at the Savannah River site, the massive cleanup includes disposing of this huge amount of radioactive sludge that are kept in million-gallon tanks. And that sludge is mixed with sand and made into glass rods. And those are then buried temporarily because no one will authorize use of land in 10,000 year or 100,000 or million year futures. There's a massive amount of paper that's generated because the act that authorized the building of these waste sites said you had to keep an archive. Already the libraries are protesting that they're overrun by paper. They don't want all this stuff. Storing it electronically is not practical because 10,000 years, one thing we're sure of, and that is our thumb drives and hard drives are not going to work. They're not going to exist. So you have to keep recycling them from one generation of electronics to another, and no one has any faith that that would be done. Here's the site at the Savannah River site where they keep the radioactive turtles.
This is where we kept the radioactive turtles when we were doing that study. And this is where we put them today, if we've come across any. So this is this is a big female of this species. They're very friendly, as you can see. This is called a slider turtle, yellow-bellied slider turtle. And when they've been in a radioactive area, they will accumulate strontium in the shell and cesium in the muscle tissue, and at very high levels. There are radioactive alligators on the site. The radioactive materials are in the sediments. It's going to go up the food chain, and there's going to be radioactive alligators. The irony is radioactivity in an indirect way has been good for the wildlife because it keeps development, industry, agriculture off the site. Here they're protected, maybe for the wrong reason, but they are protected. And so we have some of the highest biodiversity on the Savannah River site that can be found in the eastern United States, or maybe even the whole United States.
These national environmental research parks have proliferated. They range up to Nevada, where there's 864,000 acres of this parkland. And so you have a kind of tension between these reserves and their radioactive contamination. Too dangerous for people to be in, that brings people out, that prevents development. You can see the outlines of the Savannah River site on Google Earth by where it's greenest and where there's no development. So it has made a huge difference in that respect. This is the, sorry, there's a little hard to read there, but this is the Nevada nuclear test site. It's been renamed National Security Site. And you have in this area bombing and all sorts of testing of nuclear devices that have left a huge radioactive legacy. The White Sands Missile Range has several species that only exist there, and the only place they exist in the world. And they cover up some of the pools where some of these small fish live when they're launching missiles, which is all the time. And there are oryxes. There's a herd of oryxes. I've never seen oryxes other than here, but these sites have this kind of preservational dimension. There's also the opposite direction or movement from wild areas to nuclear contaminated zones. In El Verde, in Puerto Rico, in many other sites. Indeed, the Department of Energy had a program of testing in the Arctic tundra, in grasslands, in the rainforest, to take areas that had no contamination in order to have what they called a baseline against which to measure the effect of radioactive isotopes. In this picture, they're releasing cesium-137 to see what effects it would have on the foliage and and canopy, and then they measured the depletion of various species as a function of radius. Now, another way that these, of the many ways that wastelands and wilderness get connected is the way that each of these gets treated as a certain kind of sacred property, sacred land. Thomas Seebuck, for instance, who worked for the Department of Energy in Bechtel, and he received huge criticism for this, but he suggested that the only successful transmission of long-term knowledge was through the Catholic Church. And so having a priesthood of nuclear knowledgeable people handing down to a next generation and next generation was the only way that you could preserve this knowledge. That became quite widely mocked in the press, but there was a notion that nuclear waste required a kind of specialized class of protectors to keep it safe. Even some of the deep ecologists like Duvall said, taking care of nuclear and toxic may mean sitting with toxic chemicals, sitting with attentiveness, not passively as a type of caring practiced by Buddhists in some of their forms of meditation. So on the left and on the right, there was both this sense that these wastes created an environment, a set of lands that exceeded any of our normal procedures for safeguarding. There's also a form of dark tourism that developed. Now, it turns out tourism is itself has for a couple of centuries oscillated between looking for the sublime and going to the sites of shipwrecks and battles. You know, the tourism around World War I battle sites and many other such sites is an immense business. There's long been this dark side of tourism. And so one of the things that have been done around the nuclear sites is you can dive the sites of ships that had been sunk in nuclear detonations during the Bikini Atoll round of Crossroad, what was called Operation Crossroads. So you could go and dive in this pure water of nuclear destroyed battleships, aircraft carriers, and so on. The Trinity site is where the first nuclear weapon was detonated, the first plutonium bomb was detonated, now is a tourist site. And there are certain days of the year where people can go and see it. The Chernobyl has become a popular tourist site, not recently, but where it's a war zone. But people have been going to Chernobyl for years, and there's a kind of, people take pictures of Geiger counters showing very high levels of radiation. There's a video game about Chernobyl that then people reenact in real life. There are novels in which it's incorporated. And so here's people putting on masks that they found in the detritus of Chernobyl. Recently, when Russia invaded the Ukraine, one of the first things they did was to have a forward staging area in the Red Forest, a forest of dead trees from very close to the reactors that had gone up in the nuclear disaster there. And they dug themselves into these trenches. Even the military commanders wouldn't listen either to the Ukrainian scientists who were there or to their own nuclear experts not to do this because they were getting extremely high doses of radioactivity. But as you can see, there's massive digging in positions and trenches near in there. Now, one of the things that happened in this oscillation between seeming opposites, this breakdown of borders, is between not only the fiction of, or the fiction nonfiction of these scenarios that go from military planning to planning for nuclear disaster to building monuments and so on, but the idea that stories themselves, narrative, might be the only way and would do better to communicate with the future than any explicit statement or other forms of stone or concrete monuments that could be built. And I just want to show you a bit of back and forth between the attempt in Japan to use stories to warn about tsunamis, and because they too were worried that the monuments would not be effective, and the attempt on the American side to have stories or to create myths that would be handed down from generation to generation. This is what's called paper theater, these big boards that
当時ですね、ちょうど村人がいて、で地震がありました。で地震の後に、津波が来たわけです。しかし、その庄屋さんだけが分かりました。早く逃げていただかなきゃいけない。例えば声を大きくするとか、また叫んでもですね、全員の村人には伝わらないだろうと。また伝わったとしても避難できないだろうから、非常に重要な自分の稲を燃やして、でその稲というのは高台にあるんですけども、そこで全員の村人を火を消すためにというのは実は有名な小説家が書きまして、それが小学校の教科書従いまして、当時の小学生は必ずそのお話を学ぶと。非常にそれも効果があったと思います。文化的な例えば言い伝えであるとか、またお祭りであるとか、これは人々の活動の中で生きています。生活の中で密着して、語りかけるわけなので、石碑などと比べて、その効果というのは高いと思います。
Maybe the best way to mark the WIP site is not to have a physical marker, but to have a cultural marker, to keep the memory of the site alive and its true nature known.
Nicky Nuke and WIP Worlds, 11,991. The WIP Museum and WIP Worlds became permanent, off-site, self-perpetuating, and self-financing markers. The deliberately created character Nicky Nuke became a protagonist in stories, poems, films, and other media, carrying the memory of WIP and its dangers into the consciousness of the peoples of the earth. Something as seemingly frail.
If you had a constant stream of people there for 10,000 years who brought their families and told stories about why it's here, you wouldn't have anybody digging into that radioactive mess.
The only way that we really get long-term messages is through stories. The Odyssey of Homer, some myths. Even there, stories that last thousands of years are quite rare. But there's always a chance they can catch fire and it will turn into a myth. A very small chance, of course.
So you might think this is completely outlandish, making a Nicky Nuke character on the model of Mickey Mouse, and having an amusement park on a nuclear waste site. But that's begun to happen already. There are interpretive centers springing up at many of these waste sites. This is the one, the Chernobyl Museum in Kyiv, the main hall, which is supposed to be entertaining and heroizing, a memorial, a warning, all at once. Indeed, even at Fukushima, there have been proposals to make it into a memory amusement park that would do pretty much what the futurists had anticipated in their one departure from doom and gloom disaster scenarios to one that might actually work. So the mechanisms are many that bind these spaces together. And they break down some of the oppositions that you might think of as naturalized or written in permanent ink, so to speak, on our categorization and use of land. There are shared for opposed reasons, and I'm abbreviating for opposed reasons as FOR in the subsequent ones, but lands of land appropriation. The land withdrawal laws have been used to make wilderness areas and to make wasteland areas. The shared spaces for national environmental research parks were defended by environmentalists and by the managers and stewards of the waste sites. There was a shared function for human exclusion. The very definition of wilderness in the 1964 Act was lands in which human everyday habitation was to be forbidden, human contact and trammeling was to be minimized, they were to be as little there as possible, and that too was supposed to be true on the waste sites. It was very difficult to get onto these waste sites, whether they're Chernobyl or the exclusion zone in Fukushima or the Nevada test site and so on. Indeed, the shared cultivation for biodiversity became a matter of pride for people like the chief biologist, who I showed you a film clip of at the Savannah River site, but also, and the Odom brothers, some of the leaders of kind of a cybernetically attuned systems approach to ecology. They used the Savannah River site as a laboratory for ecological study because you could trace the isotopes up through the food chain, and it became a way of showing the interconnectedness of life forms. So those protecting and those using the land for disposal or nuclear production may have disagreed about their reasons, but both shared an interest in human exclusion and biodiversity, and indeed these characterizations of a joint area of waste and wilderness. There's also a crossing of time that we normally see as very different, the deep past and the deep future. In the studies for the WIP site, looking at the past and what we understood from it, where we play the role of the future of the deep past, is supposed to model, or is used to model, the way the future would come back and see what we did now to try to warn them. The crossing of fact and fiction in stories, myths, scenarios were all ways of trying to get around the vulnerability of any physical marker and certainly documentation. The crossing of art and exposition, there was disagreement, as in all of these areas, but there were those who saw the universality of art as a way of getting around the limitations of words and language, and others who thought that you would never get around trying to get a day pass from words and language. You had to be explicit. That was the only way to communicate with the future, to be culturally, historically, site-specifically specific. And then there's the kind of reciprocal motion that seems surprising at first, but is actually quite common, taking waste and making them into wild spaces, taking wild spaces and making them into waste sites. The reciprocal motion is there as well in the different form of tourisms, the dark side tourism that's in a chain with going to see sites of famous shipwrecks or battles, concentration camps, all sorts of human disasters have become sites of touristic pilgrimage, just as the bright side of wilderness tourism, or this kind of hybrid weird form of infotainment that is the kind of museums that serve as sites of memory, sites of warning, sites of information about what happened there and how they function. In all these ways, the things that we tend to think of as being held at farthest ends of a spectrum seem to come together around the disturbing boundary bending force of nuclear waste, nuclear weapons, and their consequences. And so when we bury the waste and cover them with a kind of crown of thorns, as in this proposed monument, we're in effect saying that this land may be our worst disaster, but it's also in some ways sacred land to be protected and guarded for the long and very long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this talk, focusing on the major role of fiction when we face an unprecedented extension of our responsibility with a risk of a lack of transmission of knowledge. Matthew wanted to ask the first question, I believe. Yeah.
Look, okay, yeah. I do it from here because I have taken notes. Thank you very much, Peter. That was fascinating. And it's more of a like, yeah, it's a question whether you have never thought, and I apologize if you mentioned this while I was outside. I had to walk out the room for a couple of minutes. But if you have ever thought of nuclear wastelands or waste wilderness in terms of what Foucault called heterotopic spaces. Heterotopia, so des espaces autres, so spaces that are other, and because of their marginal position to some more visible and lived and ordinary social space, their relation to this space is usually neglected. Political, ethical, of course, and epistemological also. So, and of course, Foucault was thinking about places like graveyards. You know, you keep the dead outside of the city. You don't want to see them. But then there's so much implications about, you know, how you want to keep things invisible and separated. So cemeteries, of course, prisons. And so Foucault talks, if I remember correctly, about heterotopia only in few occasions at the end of the 60s. And he does so in a conference to architects. So the topic is space. And he lists examples, instances of spaces that are other. And one of the heterotopic spaces that he list is heterotopias of ritual or purification. So either places where you are kept out, like, where you are forced to be in, like prison, or places that you must stay away from. And that reminded me of the things you were describing and the potential that they bring with them.
I think there is a similarity there. I mean, there are spaces that we hold in disgust as untouchable in some way, and that we want to keep out of our minds. We don't want to think about prisons, but they're also an object of some fascination. I mean, they're certainly in culture and literature and film and poetry for centuries. These sites have also been attractors of our imaginary attention. I think these sites are particularly interest me because they're so, you have these such opposite concerns that share so much, and they're so huge. I mean, some of these are millions of acres. I mean, this is the size of many states within the United States. I mean, there are enormous regions that have this status, and that the stake seems so high to people. You know, they are on our minds as an attractive ideal. The idea of wilderness is very important to people as this land of purity, and the attempt to go there as a way of cleansing our souls. And the defiled states, we also want to go to in some ways, to visit in this what I call the dark touristic mode. But that they overlap, that they're not disjunct categories of territory seems very interesting to me. That they're both the kind of bright side and dark side, but sanctified in both instances. That there's something that in fact they transform into one another, that the same laws are used to create them. That seems to me what's distinctive about this, especially at this catastrophic ecological moment with global warming and so on, that these sites have an intense focus, and now all the more so as energy politics becomes such an urgent issue economically, politically, in warfare. We may wish we were out of the petrochemical age, but we're, as we know from what's going on in the Ukraine, very much in the midst.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was fascinating. I have a small comment. I really appreciated that you put in the front side that not only physical markers are important, but also mental markers, so to speak. And I want to I think the German language would be could play with these concepts in the sense that these are monuments, that is to say Denkmal, and at the same time they are Denkräume, Denkraum, that is to say space for thinking, and I really appreciated this part. But all the talk in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. I do think that, one of the things I wanted to point to is how unstable these categories are. You want to build a monument and use words, but then you don't want to use words because maybe people won't understand our words. Or you want to show that you want to mark the site, but maybe what if we didn't mark the site at all? Maybe that was the right solution. And then they said, well, no, that's immoral to know there's a moral hazard in not marking a known hazard. And then they said, well, maybe we can have a hybrid of wordless and wordful monuments, but then maybe we should find a way of marking these things with no monument at all, but only with stories and myths. But then we're worried about whether the myths will carry on. And they explain, well, there's the Bible, there's Homer, there's not very much that survives from even 2,000 years ago, let alone 10,000 years ago. So I'm fascinated by their inability to even stop the reasoning, to say, let's use art, let's not use art. And they argued among themselves. There are letters back and forth that I found where they're, one side saying, in fact, one of the artists who's involved in the site is criticizing one of the landscape architects and saying, you're too artistic, and that's never going to work. And the landscape architect says, yeah, but I mean, writing in 12 languages isn't going to work either 10,000 years from now. So, very many of them, as you heard in that little clip, were dubious, incredibly dubious about whether this whole project made any sense at all to try to do what I have sometimes called the state science fiction, right? This is the state writing in some imaginary register for a period when there's zero chance that there's going to be a New Mexico, a United States. I mean, these are nobody in their right mind thinks that countries are going to last for 10 millennia. So, and then there are disagreements among countries. It's very interesting. France, for instance, had the view that it was unethical to bury their nuclear waste in a way that was irretrievable. And the idea in France was that you would keep the underground site at Burke, which is still being debated and dug and caught up in controversy after many, many years, but you would keep it open so that each generation would have a kind of democratic possibility of reusing or repackaging the waste in some way. And so the French trusted in the continuity of government that they would be able to monitor and control this, despite the fact that this is the Fifth Republic, which means, you know, there's a long series of failed republics. The United States didn't trust political continuity at all, though they'd had more, you know, there hadn't been any major change of the government in several hundred years, but they trusted the geology and they wanted something that you could bury, and they would trust the technology and the geology to safeguard the waste. So, you know, even among two countries that share a tremendous amount of nuclear technology, if you go to places like Savannah River, there are French nuclear teams there working. There's a lot of back and forth on weapons and other things, including waste, but they disagree utterly about what to trust. So there's a sort of fundamental, I think the whole nuclear domain just destabilizes these borders, the spatial borders, the temporal borders, the meaning borders, the semiotic borders. All of these things are constantly being thought and rethought in very interesting ways. In a sense, one of the things that fascinated me about this project is it's a big project. It's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars to secure the waste created by weapons work in the United States. But compared to global warming, this is small beer. And I thought it was, in fact, people say, why do you make such a pessimistic film? Well, I thought it was interesting to think this, in fact, rather optimistically. Here's a time when, however crazy these 10,000 year scenarios and marker systems and meanings and interdisciplinary attack and rethinking of fiction, nonfiction, art, non-art, it was nonetheless a consensual view that this should be done and resources were put to try to do it, compared to global warming, where we've been singularly unsuccessful, the IPCC notwithstanding. So, you know, I see a kind of difficult, crazed hope in this idea that you would even think about intergenerational equity alongside environmental justice as something that ought be thought through.
I have a question about this notion of the sacred and its connection to this kind of like apocalyptic, apocalypticness. It sort of struck me that in antiquity, you have like Lucretius talking about how the gods are really a kind of fictionalization of nature. So they're nature personified. But now what you're describing is as if human beings have divinized themselves through a kind of fictionalization of nature, where nature is really quote unquote nature because it's actually been perverted by human beings and then re-fictionalized in this kind of form that then gets treated as sacred. So I'm wondering if you can just maybe comment on the way this is related to I guess, the divinization of the human?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I mean, from what I know, and there are much more qualified people, I'm sure, including you, who know the history of how local nature gods or local nature concerns and become local nature gods become globalized, for instance, in Greek antiquity, to become the ones that are handed down to us as being, you know, Zeus and Athena and so on. And so there's a passage from the local to the global in some sense in that, but it's nature itself which is seen as uncontrollable and achieves this divine status as a way of recognizing, symbolizing, and specifying what the threat or the danger or the you know, trying to put order into vengeance or passions. I think that with nuclear fission in particular, there was a sense really from the beginning, sometimes, right from the moment when Oppenheimer claims to have said, and he probably didn't. I think what his brother said, he actually said was, "Thank God it worked." But what he said afterwards, I thought of the Bhagavad Gita, and I am become death. And so there was, I think, in front of the nuclear weapons and their destructiveness, and then the attached ideas of nuclear waste and dispersal and accidents, that the nuclear realm felt like something created that had the aspects of an angry divinity, in the sense that it was completely out of control in a way that, as disastrous as a hurricane or tornado or earthquake or even tsunami might be, the threat of the nuclear and of the annihilation, the apocalyptic, world-ending, civilization-destroying nuclear exchange, I think loomed, and still in ways looms, as a kind of both real and imaginary, fictive fantasy that we code into a kind of divinity. And I think that's why it makes a certain logical sense that there was this idea of a nuclear priesthood, or of sitting with nuclear waste. It requires a reverential attitude towards that which, in this case, we created, as opposed to was nature as such. But I think there is this connection back and forth as to how we stand relative to forces beyond our control. In this case, it's how we stand relative to forces beyond our control that we made, and we still don't control. We don't know how to, no country has a unified, consistent plan for the disposal of nuclear waste, zero. And mostly it's not being tended to very well at all. So it's the nuclear weapons, there was a period when it seemed like there was a chance they could be got rid of. Nobody thinks right now they're going anywhere soon, or nowhere good soon.
Maybe you have time for one last question before closing the day.
Thank you so much. I was wondering if you can tell us something more about these futurists. You already explained there are very different professionals, but I was really wondering how they practically work, if they work in group or isolated, and the different professionals, and also the image that you shows, they made it themselves, or they were how it actually works, this group of people. And thank you.
So there were two major teams, each one of which was subdivided into subgroups. One of them were the scenario writers, and the other were the marker designers. The futurists were the first group. They did their work, and then they handed these scenarios to the marker designers. And the marker designers designed the markers in ways that they hoped would avoid the problems identified by the bad outcome scenarios. So among the scenario designers, there were people who had been making scenarios for companies. The first major company to involve scenario writing was was then called the Shell Oil Company, the Dutch concern. And they had people thinking about scenarios, like they had one scenario about an oil embargo, long before there was an oil embargo by the Gulf states or oil producing nations. And then there were, there was the government, as I mentioned, they were interested in war fighting, war games, nuclear exchanges. What if a nuclear weapon went off at the Frankfurt Air Force Base? What would then the United States do, or and its allied countries do in exchange? What would the Soviet Union do, and how would this play out? So this kind of, especially nuclear war, were played out in these scenarios. And then there were these companies like Shell that began to adapt it, and NASA began to use it, and so on. By certainly by 65, 70, 75, it was common, although it was used to predict 5 years, 10 years, maybe 25 years down the road. That's why the people in the you saw in that clip said 10,000 years, you've got to be kidding. I thought this was a joke. I didn't think this made any sense. We can barely predict 5 years from now. But they would, so they came in somewhat reluctantly to this because they were dubious that their methods would have anything useful to say about 10 millennia in the future. And then the marker team divided into groups that they also had disputes like use language, don't use language, you know, and so on. There were various disputes about how to handle that, how much could be conveyed by art alone and not. The principal, the main person who was doing those sketches was a landscape and designer named Michael Brill, and who had died some years ago. I did find some videotape of him talking about some of this and used it in the film, but I never met him. But those, you know, the black hole and the menacing earthworks and the spikes through grid and spike field and so on, those were drawn by him. And then when you saw animated versions of those were things that we did in the making of the film. We did, you know, using 3D animation based on those images. There are no images that were associated with the scenarios. So I worked with a great graphic novelist named Peter Cooper, K-U-P-E-R, who'd done a version of Kafka's Metamorphosis that I loved. I don't know if you like graphic novels, but I do. And graphic novels have already a kind of centeristic quality. They're not an attempt to make full-on animation that's in continuous motion. They're glimpses, like flashes in the dark of what things might be like. And you fill in the rest with your mind. And that's what the scenarios were like. It wasn't a 600-page book about what happened at Frankfurt am Main the day the Russian, you know, nuclear bomb went off. Instead, they were like, they did, what if this, what if that, what if this happened? And then branch points, and they used some technical means to sort of try to forecast this and Monte Carlo simulations, things like that. But they're still glimpses, fragments of a narrative, extrema in what you could imagine. You know, if you could imagine boring under a major river, maybe you could imagine a machine that would bore from Houston to LA. If you could imagine, there's one scenario called the Marconian conspiracy, which is a combination of Herbert Marcuse and Thomas Kuhn. And so I felt personally targeted by this. But they said, you know, look, Thomas, this group of the Marconian conspiracists had adopted their writings to say every age of science has its own truth. There is no transcendental truth. And so when they came upon the markers that said, don't dig here, they said, oh, that was their truth then. It's not our truth now. Let's dig. Maybe there's something useful here. So there were, anyway, what if, you know, robots had rights and you couldn't intrude on them? What if, they're taking in things that were in discussion and then wildly extrapolating them. That's what the futurists did in general, not just for this project. But one of them that you saw in the film briefly is retired now, but he's a sociologist at Yale. He was involved in decolonization efforts in the Pacific after the war, and he helped various places put together their constitutions in their independence from Britain, for example. And he, you know, so he was dragged into this because in the writing of these constitutions, he'd been asked to sort of make predictions about the future of these incipient or starting democracies. There was others like Ted Gordon came out of NASA and military background. And then there were people, there were historical linguists, semioticians, archaeologists, people who were enlisted for their specific skills in being able to answer questions like, what do we really know about the Acropolis, the Indian mounds, the Stonehenge, and so on? And, you know, so in that case, for instance, the archaeologist said, well, when we really know about something, it's because we have a combination of written and archaeological evidence, like the Acropolis, which we don't have for Stonehenge or the Indian mounds.
And so what we need to do is to combine archives and physical objects. So there, you know, many of these scenarios led to recommendations for how to ameliorate the possibility of people not digging into the waste.
Thanks again. So I'd like to remind all participants that you're warmly invited to dinner at 8 p.m. at the Osteria La Lanterna da Gas. So you have approximately an hour and a half to have a drink, to go back to your hotel, have some rest before meeting there. And tomorrow we will start at 9:30. Okay, looking forward to it. And thanks again to all participants and to the audience. And also the wonderful Zoom staff.